And here we are.
And here we are. Episode session 30.
Bwah, bwah, da, bwah.
Wow.
Hey, chat. Get gone fishing.
Hello, weirdness.
Hey,
Yeah,
weirdness.
we are here. We know that Valerius is going to be joining us a little bit late. But that was an ahead of time thing. And then Dakin will be here a little bit in just like a few minutes. So I'm not anticipating that start. Oh, there's C.
There we
He's
go.
here.
Hello.
That's just what you get
Hello.
if you're not on the screen immediately, is I will put a gone fishing sign.
Well, I was
Even
gone
if-
fishing.
Even if Gwen was gone, I'd put a gone fishing up there and be like, hey guys, we don't have any directive today for now.
No, I think I told you guys earlier that I would be gone fishing. So
What's your cat?
bass, big mouth,
Oh.
but wide mouth bass.
Oh, okay. All right.
Ooh. I don't like it.
What are you gonna say, Kenna?
Wide.
Tell me what you're gonna say about
Wide.
it. Tell me what you're gonna say about the wide mouth bass.
Wide.
Funny.
Okay.
I like the face that it makes you make when you say why.
You can't see the face it makes me make, but
I
it is a good
can
one.
tell.
It's a good one.
It's something you can tell.
It's an audible face.
If it
Hey
was
guys,
a
we're
freeform
going
adventure,
wide today.
I would say that we all automatically level up to level 20.
I
What?
wouldn't say that because that would make me sad in that I don't get to struggle anymore.
What do
Because
you
the
think
level
is
20 cleric, that's just not fun.
What do you
I
think is the
counterspell.
reason
What?
that you should be leveled up to 20?
If you just weren't here.
Oh,
And we had to like make up stuff for ourselves.
I see.
And I
it would be a
said, no.
dream.
Yeah, I mean, it would revert immediately as soon as you joined.
Yeah.
We would
I
have to have...
said,
Dallas
no
issue.
with a gun.
What? Let's go ahead and jump into our start of session questions. Does anybody have one that stands out? Anything that stands out to you from last session?
Dad missing, dead, incapacitated, much like my real life one who's also not here with me and is
My God.
hours
hell?
away. I started with missing, okay?
You
Okay.
made it seem so bad. So
No.
bad.
He's just, he went for some milk.
Oh no! Milk and
No,
cigarettes.
you made it bad again.
Just kidding, guys. I talked to him earlier today.
Yeah, I'm about to say you talked to him recently.
You're just
Eh.
telling us this.
Lord
Yeah, but nobody needs to hear that story.
drop in the chat. Oh, we don't have it
No, but they need to hear 9 different gone dad jokes.
yet.
Oh, no. Lore Drop it's actually there
It's
now.
still there? Okay, good.
Yeah, like you
Yeah.
can actually use it.
Real life Lord drop.
True.
What stood out to me, unless we're doing she picks.
No, you
Oh
can
no,
go.
go ahead, jump in.
Okay. Is that we get to have another really potentially uncomfortable conversation with another person that we haven't seen in fucking 3+ years.
And he hasn't gotten the sending yet.
Yeah. Oh wow. Whoa. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
Is
Because
that
we
'cause
went
sent it
back
after?
because we
Yeah, we
because we
talked
went
about
back
that.
in time like 2 weeks,
Oh,
so he just hasn't
yeah.
gotten it yet.
Yeah. So he'll
He'll get
what
it in, like,
freaky
a
kind of thing
couple-
would be if it happens while we're standing in front of him.
He can deal with it when he gets it.
I think it would have to be on that same exact day, which I think is still like a week or so away.
Honestly, he's a little needy for me.
Hmm.
he gives your brain a little massage every time.
I don't want him to,
Um,
and I'm the only one who has to deal with it.
He has gotten a sending from you guys in the last few days.
Yeah, no, from
Um,
us now in different contexts.
Well, yeah, from your exact same cells that you are currently. But when you were in Ithithondra. And then he'll get another one from you guys on your way to Ithithondra.
God, this is like that one Marvel movie where, like, if that happened and this didn't happen, does it actually happen?
In the
Mhm.
multiverse.
Multiverse.
It literally happened to us. It can't have not happened.
It's
it
just that
kinda
I
is.
wanted you guys to have a story that you needed to somehow document in 3D.
Great.
Yeah.
Make a diagram.
Do you want to pick on someone or just Dakin or Alara?
I'm taking volunteers.
I'm
Something that
silver
stood out to you?
poisoned.
Oh,
Was that a volunteer or just an exclamation?
That stood out to me. I have a hole through my body and I'm silver poisoned.
The hole's gone. The
But
mark
it
from the
doesn't
hole
look
is
right.
gone. Yeah, it definitely looks wrong.
It is not letting me join.
Did something stand
I
out to you from last session?
Yes, I actually think specifically to Dakin, getting charmed and being made to run away from Alara, basically like watching her be slammed in the chest with kryptonite and then being like, leave. That was a really challenging thing for him and me.
yeah.
Owned.
I'm
Um,
gonna throw a shovel at you.
Oh.
Does anybody have any predictions for this session? I should have had Valerius give me all of these answers so that I could just speak for him, but I forgot. I didn't think of that.
Oh, I'll answer on
Predictions.
his behalf. What stood out to me last session was that I had an awkward encounter with my ex-girlfriend who I thought was dead and my whole family that I didn't tell about her.
You know what? I think he actually would answer with that because I think he would think that whole situation was fucking cool.
Yeah.
It's a good answer on his part or point or
Thank
my half.
you. Thank
What
you.
happened to me was I got
I
stabbed.
am Shadow.
Yep. Thank you, Various. Does anybody have any predictions?
uh,
I predict weirdness at the dinner.
Weirdness?
Not that
Weirdness is gonna
weirdness.
play with us?
what the hell?
Guest spotlight.
Oh my gosh. It was
Clap,
a
clap, clap,
secret.
clap,
How
clap.
did you figure it out?
Oh my god, we cracked the code.
Because technically, we sent Egrin his message on the 8th of Sail Sean, and we're on the 9th of Sail Sean again. Electric Boogaloo Part 2. So he would have gotten the message yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So I predict some weirdness
Okay.
at dinner.
That makes
Or
sense. That makes
whatever
sense.
this is, not dinner.
What is it going to be?
I think
Who
the
knows?
letter said come for dinner, but it's
Jail.
more
Dinner,
like
not
just
dinner.
come now. Yeah.
Jail. That's not my official
Um,
prediction.
Is that your
Wouldn't
prediction?
it be
No.
very funny if he's just like, you guys, I let you out for a reason.
Well, hold on.
Interesting.
Oh.
Joining this was not the terms and conditions of our release.
Hmm.
I know. That's true. You defeated
Oh, you guys are
question mark.
You guys are
Question
getting
mark.
paid?
What?
I said, you guys are getting paid? Because
Dakin's getting paid.
No, I know. I was making a joke because they're in this for an actual emotional reason they
Oh,
need
yeah.
to be freed from. And I'm just walking around.
It's Roman.
Life is like a hurricane. Year in duck bird.
You're just along for the ride.
I didn't even want to
He's-
freaking join.
He's truly that guy.
He is that
Yeah.
guy.
Any additional
Uh,
predictions?
What can I say that will get Splooey to yell at me and say not to put it out into the universe?
Nah, you could say anything. I won't do that.
No,
I love that shit.
No, but you do yell at me every time I say like we're all gonna die. You go, why would you say that?
Say it.
That's not what I'm gonna say.
Oh well.
I think potentially if we don't yap as much as we always do, so probably not gonna happen. Maybe the day will end and we'll have to, get into it.
Get into it. Why'd you say
Okay.
that? Now it's gonna happen.
I would
now
God,
we're gonna
you're
have
right.
to progress the story.
Oh
Ugh.
no. I wasn't sure if I was gonna end the day, but now that you've given me that idea, I might just have to. Dakin, what's your prediction?
I believe that there has been a alteration in the power structure between the Baron and his daughter.
Ooh. Interesting.
She's writing it down. She's writing it down.
We don't.
Either
That's true. We
he's
don't know if he's dead.
either he's a puppet or he's dead and the structure's changed, but Egrin is still in place because he's a freaky little guy.
It's pretty freaky.
And a little
He-
guy.
He's a little
Well,
guy.
He's not.
I
that
know
little.
he's not. No, I have to say it for my own sake. Please
Oh.
protect me. Protect
to
me
be
from
less
the freaky
intimidated.
he's got to be a little guy, or I'm gonna die. Okay, Gwen, I'm gonna
Okay.
die physically in real life.
I mean-
Almost
please.
brain to death.
He would count as a short king, I suppose. He's 5'7".
He's floating. He's
Yeah,
floating. It's
He does float.
scary.
I don't have any
That's my
predictions.
prediction.
Not at all. Not a single one.
No.
I
Not-
predict
not that
that
nothing's
been
Louis'
said.
destined wife is gonna die because he's not been proactive.
I'm just
Victoria,
could
taking
happen.
no.
note.
That could
Taking
happen.
note that there's no prediction from Vosti.
Oh, don't say it
What
like
is that?
that.
See what I'm saying, guys? Every time.
I'm just taking note.
Hmm.
So what's your
There's no
actual
prediction from-
Barry?
There's no prediction from Valerius.
Let me make
Oh,
his
you're gonna-
prediction.
Okay, what's
Um,
Varius's prediction?
My name is Valerius, and I predict that everything is going to be just fine. And then it's the last ending of that is said in the inflection of Shadow when he's doing his little smiley voice.
Oh, so it's
gonna
like
be okay.
everything's gonna be just fine. Yeah,
Yes, yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah.
It's gonna be no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll be good.
it's gonna be great.
yeah, like that.
No, we're good.
Dakin, what mood is your character in?
I'm not gone. I'm thinking. I had to throw that out to the folks. I'm not. There's no fish nearby.
That's his mood?
no, he's
Uh,
thinking.
I'm.
Oh.
I was.
He's not tending
Glenn,
to the
Buffering.
please.
he's thinking.
Mental speak.
No. I think that.
What's the sign over him?
Yep. They dropped the sign over my neck, like one of the back and front
Sure, here you go.
boards.
Sandwich board?
Yeah, full sandwich board. And a dumb hat to go with it, because that really
I don't have
cleans
one
up the
on hand.
outfit. Well, it's okay. They can imagine the theater of the mind. Dakin's emotion is terrible.
Oh jeez. Oh, wow.
Oh,
No sugarcoating that.
Uh,
all
Dude's
right.
down bad.
he feels like he never feels like he wants to lose himself. And I don't think, if I can recall, he's ever been charmed before.
He does
and,
usually pass those because they are
Yeah.
wisdom.
He shrugged
and
off the ones
he
from the hag.
ran away from Alara after watching her get stabbed in the gut. And it is
Yeah.
weighing on him because that morning he spoke to her mother about how he, and again, re-promised to keep them safe. And
Yeah.
then physically was unable to not run away from her getting stabbed through the stomach. Regardless of all of the beautiful things she said that made him feel good, he said a thing aloud and then immediately it killed him. So Dakin's pretty dour at the moment.
That makes sense. A wise character I once talked to is all about plans, not promises. That's
Well-
not Dakin, though. Dakin loves to swear and promise and oath.
Yes, sir.
Just like Valerius.
He does.
You don't get to point that gun at him when he's not here, okay? You can
I can
kill me
point
with
any
it as
I
much
can
as you
point
want.
any gun I want. I'm acting as him right now.
He's just a balloon. Let him be.
Alara, what kind of mood are you in? Uh-oh.
I
Are you
mean,
there?
Oh, there you are.
can you?
Okay.
Okay. I was gonna say, can
Yeah.
you not hear me?
It
You
sounded
hear
like
me?
you were
a
saying
little
something
bit.
and it like cut out.
I think you must have made like a very like like a really high
Yes.
pitched one or something.
Complicated.
Okay.
It wasn't in the heart. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it was.
So
No,
what
I
we heard was
mean, so I think she's just kind of accepted things as being a shit show. And so it's like, okay, let's go talk to Egrin. Yay. I almost got, well, I did get skewered. Okay. Like, Valerius is keeping secrets. Okay. So I mean, what would you call that?
pissed.
Maybe?
Eh, eh.
Agitated.
I mean, she's happy to be
Perturbed.
spending time with the family.
Denial
know-
or acceptance. Whichever way you're leaning.
I
Could
think
go either way.
I think it
No.
sounds like she's pieced.
Maybe? Yeah. She's just like, let's hurry up and get this over with so we can get to the next thing.
And so it kind of impatient, like she's over it.
Yeah. Like, some strange man shows up behind her, stabs her. Dakin walks away and leaves her there. She's shooting her sister with a crossbow.
Mhm.
Skivrox almost died. We're cuddling in Vosti's chair. She's just over it, I think.
Yeah. Very. What mood are you in?
Well, as we left off, she was audibly wailing because they have to go talk to Egrin. So I think possibly a little bit annoyed that they have to talk to Egrin because she's not like a huge fan of that whole thing. And otherwise disappointed in herself for failing at contacting their dad to clear some stuff up.
Vosti? What mood are you in?
Tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Is this the time? Is this the moment I take a stress?
Ooh,
Are you strifed?
It sounds like it.
Strife?
You
I feel like
sound
if you
struggling.
have to,
Tell
if
me.
you have to question it, it's probably time.
Yeah.
Do you want just a
I thi-
reminder of what that is?
So it's just gonna be give me the idea, and for chat as well, the idea of your strife system. Because
Sure.
I can see what happens
So-
at strife level 1, but
Yeah. So with strife, there are at times obstacles that your character comes across, challenges, some magic that can lead to strife. And these things can actually like elevate quickly at certain points. So something can happen that's just so terrible that it makes sense to take more than one level of strife. But it's basically when your character is suffering and you are struggling to, as a character, contain or resist how overwhelming that negative feeling can be. So when you're just sort of being kind of beaten down, that's a really good time to play into strife.
and how do we get rid of it?
Yeah, strife is a pretty difficult thing to handle. Like the very first level of strife is you get disadvantage on your socials. So your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, you have disadvantage on those completely. And the way that you get rid of them is you have to get back to a point of feeling safe. And that can be something along the lines of just, having a good night's rest in a place where you truly feel safe. Like you don't feel like you need to go and do a watch, or if you do have a watch that you have to take, that like nothing happens, like you just have a nice, safe night's rest. But it could also be that it's something that you need to talk out with somebody, or like being able to figure out your feelings, and that can also be a way to relieve strife. So
Okay, here's what I want to do.
Mhm.
I'm gonna take 2 levels of strife, and here's
Whoa.
why. Yeah, here's
Okay.
why.
Yes,
I
sir.
think the complete 180 from what I had said Vosti felt like when we first arrived back into town, and what he feels now is so extreme that I think he's beaten down. Like going from, because I think, remembering back a couple sessions ago when you asked this question, I think I said Vosti felt excited
Yeah.
to come back into town, but also like slightly wary just because of the time skip. But he was excited. And I think
Yeah.
that feeling, and then seeing the kids and their reactions and how they're older, and like the truth behind Mother's eyes, where she's happy but also just like ready to fucking break, and then having to deal with people talk about his brother in a unkind way, and then hearing his brother hates his dad so much, uh and then being attacked by what we can only intelligently assume that his uncle's minions, and now we got to go talk to dude man.
Yeah.
Man.
It's just, it's been a day.
It's been a pretty
It
big
hasn't
day,
even
and
been 24 hours.
mm-mm.
So
And
strife level 2.
you've got a limited amount of time here. You're aware, and I think a lot of you guys were sort of intent on actually getting some good rest while you were here, so that sucks. Strife level 2, it is going to take you a little bit longer to get rid of strife. Strife is also just like a role played effect.
Mhm.
And so there's some mechanical effects, obviously. The second level isn't actually going to impact Vosti 2 very much. It's disadvantage on concentration checks. Um,
But I'm going to
but
play a
there
little
might
RP
be
into that.
Yeah, there might be some situations with some of the things that he's been sort of pondering about his barbarian nature and his relationship with rage that might come into that, I would say.
Okay. That you're going to help me with, or?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll prompt you, but if something feels right, go ahead and go with it. So just so everybody knows where we currently are.
Wait, Valerius feels awkward
Oh,
and still sad
yes.
boy.
That makes sense.
Hashtag power gamed.
Okay, so we've got a pretty driven Boasty. You guys are, and everybody else is at 0, no effects from strife at this point. Although you might have things that are making you feel unhappy. You guys have been summoned, and you are aware that this summoning is coming from from Egrin, not from the Duke, even though it's an invitation to have dinner with the Duke. You recognize that there is some coding to this message, and you've basically been summoned to hold audience with Egrin at dusk. You guys can go whenever it is that you would like to. I'm going to say, for the purposes of where we are in the story, Valerius has kind of retreated into himself a little bit because of his interaction with Saria. And he is sort of keeping himself busy, kind of distracting the kids when they come home, that kind of thing. So he's kind of keeping himself a little bit away so he can deal with their issues and probably avoid answering any questions. For the rest of you guys, I'm going to bring us in. And I just want to call out that I'm going to use a new image for Demedi. Because I found a really cool scene and I liked it. So
Yippee!
we're going to go ahead and go here.
I can't see it.
God dang it. I'm
Token
never
vision.
prepared.
Whoa, it
Token
looks
vision
so
strikes again.
cool. Oh.
Whoa!
Demedi
Oh,
at night.
what a small image.
Is well zoom. It's another Chipuku. Chipuku. They're really
Chipaku.
good. Chipuku. So you guys are still at
Lovely.
your home, your childhood home. And at this point, you are conscious once more, restored, and able to do what you would like. Everybody is gathered. Like I said, Valerius has kind of separated himself a little bit after his conversation with Saria. You guys have the missive, and go forth. Verona is available if you need her as well.
Well, I guess we should go.
Yeah, I'd rather just get it over with instead of waiting till dusk. Boasty, Dakin.
What?
We've been summoned, remember?
Mm-hmm.
So we're
Mm.
saying we should go.
Yeah, if you think so. What are we going to talk? What are we going to tell him?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, the stuff that involves the family has nothing to do with what he sent us out there for. So, omit, unless you really feel we should tell him.
I mean, arguably, like you said, 90% of what happened isn't even something that he really needs to know about.
He sent us out there to investigate what was happening with the haze. We did. We've dispatched Drulissa. The thing that caused... I just don't think he needs to know, personally. But, I mean, who's to stop him from reading our thoughts or...
I say we just let him lead the conversation. Just answer what we're asked.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, it sounds right. Sure.
If that's what we want.
Are you falling asleep?
What?
You just sound...
Clearly none of us wants to go, I don't think. I mean, we could just not go.
I don't know.
We're
I
gonna
don't
be gone
think-
tomorrow morning.
But you know who's
Doesn't-
not gonna be gone?
Do you really think that Mom is scared of him at all? Don't you
don't-
remember when we went into the mirror dimension and she was basically camping outside the gates waiting for us to get back? They didn't want her there. They were scared of her.
I mean, I think there's like a difference between what was happening there and what happens if we just abandon our job.
Alara, you don't have to be scared of something for it to hurt you.
She just gives him a weird look, but shrugs. I was just throwing out options.
I don't think we can leave any of this before we go.
Let's just go and just get it out of the way.
All right, let's go.
Okay. There's so the plan, if I'm understanding it correctly, is you guys are going to attend to meet with Egrin and then just see what he says.
Yes.
Sounds like a plan. You guys are setting off. It's just a little bit before 3 in the afternoon. So, by your estimations, you have around 24 hours left to be in Demeti before you believe that you're going to be brought away. You make your way through the city streets, and if you want to, you guys can give me like a perception or an insight check.
I
Oh,
would love to give an insight.
Everything looks the exact same to me all the time.
You're literally in a book.
You
It's
would be
not
at
your fault.
disadvantage if you'd like to. Blue.
That's about right.
Natural 1. Inspo.
That's an inspo.
Yep.
Already have one. Who doesn't have it?
I don't.
Neither
You.
do
Yeah,
I.
Very, Alara, and Dakin do not.
Mm. Oh man, who should I give it to?
She literally
Oh,
called
wait,
for it immediately.
hold
I
on.
did. Oh,
I swear I did end up getting it, but I have a new sheet now, so
oh yeah, I think you might have.
Let me look at old.
I
Oh
don't.
no!
It
wait,
doesn't
did
have it on there, but I have
Valerius-
so many sheets.
Did Valerius give it to you?
You do have one. So yeah, you've got
Yes.
one. So yeah, Alara
I'm
and
good.
Dakin don't have inspo.
Want to do rollies?
She
Let's
got
do
stabbed.
rollies.
She got stabbed by a blade that's poisonous.
All right, I'll give it to
Rollies.
Alara.
No, I want to rollies. Rollies.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Rollies.
rollies.
All right, you guys roll a d10 each.
Ooh,
I'm
you
gonna
can.
feel like such shit if I get this.
You're rolling a 1, dog.
Ooh!
Hey, let's go.
Hey.
We take it.
Rollies,
Get out,
rollies.
Rollied.
And I would say
Right.
that rolling.
So Dakin, you notice what very kind of perceives a little bit. Alara, Vosti, you guys don't. Your mind is elsewhere. But very, you notice, and perhaps it's because, like, for a great deal of your childhood, you sort of felt on the outside, whether or not that was true, or like if it was just your personal perception, or if it was like a factual thing. But this time when you're walking through the city, you kind of notice that, like, you don't have to push past people because it's crowded. Like, people are just sort of getting out of your way. And
Damn
tend
straight.
to, you notice that it seems to be, sorry, Dakin, you notice that it seems to be because
My government
people are
name.
nervous. And like you've never seen really anyone in Demeti for the most part like avoid someone on site. I mean, there's definitely you've witnessed like squabbles between two people or something like that, and then those two people might avoid each other, but you've never witnessed like this group in particular, the Maldosos, move through the city. And then just sort of like everybody kind of wanting to be away from them. And now you're sort of experiencing it too, which is also not something that you've experienced a lot in your past because you're a cleric of the traveler and they're pretty fondly regarded in general. But yeah, it's just sort of like people are giving off the vibe of just being nervous to have you around.
The entirety of it.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Very looks very uncomfortable.
Posty is oblivious.
Yeah. Alara, you're aware, and Boasty, you're aware too, because you guys like the DC is
Yeah,
very
lived
little
it.
for these kinds of things. You're aware that Very is uncomfortable.
Okay.
I think Dakin walks to the front and just sort of like chest high out moves with purpose towards their destination.
Mhm.
Kind of trying to give them like a bit of a, I don't know, like a guiding star in terms of being able to like just go behind. And I think with Vary's receptance to the terrible energy we're getting, I'll just, as I walk past to the front, I'll give her a guidance.
Okay. Valerius Balloon is ballooning behind at the end.
Picking up
Mhm.
on Vary's energy,
Mhm.
and knowing that she doesn't want to go to the meeting, that's what Alara assumes it's all about. If she'll let her, Alara will walk up and like try to hook elbows with her in like solidarity, walking along to the meeting.
Yeah. She'll let her, but you can feel that she's very like rigid and like not uncomfortable with Alara, but just like her body language doesn't change.
Yeah, and she just assumes, again, it's because she doesn't want to go to the meeting. So she doesn't like say anything about it because she knows that she can't change her mind about wanting to go to the meeting. She doesn't want to go either. Just like her silent way of saying, I got your back, sister.
Okay. But you guys do travel through town, and I will say that it's not like every single person in town. Like you guys will cross paths with people that you are, like you personally know and are friends with, and they just look sort of like, for Very and Dakin, they look worried, but like less worried about you and more for you, because they heard that you guys were in a pretty bad fight before. But because everybody else is kind of keeping their distance, they're not like running up. And you also guys, you seem like you have someplace that you're headed to. It takes.
When they're walking, like if
Mhm.
Alara at all picks up on anybody kind of giving them weird looks, after what, I don't remember his name or if we even knew what his name was, but the vision that he gave her about the traitor thing, she's straight up looking for like wanted posters. So
Okay.
like, she's trying to see if there's signs that like they're in trouble based on the vision that she saw.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a perception check. So Alara, as you're traveling around, you're looking to see if there's anything that like you're getting maybe more of like a stink eye from the guards, or if there are posters up, or if anybody is reacting in a way that's like not just standoffish, but like aggressive in their standoffishness. And you're not really seeing anything. You don't notice anything.
Okay.
But you guys eventually make your way up to the Baron's Keep. And the guards that are there seem to be have been informed to expect you. This time, when you're escorted in, though, you're not escorted into the sort of main hall of the Ivory Keep. You're instead escorted through doors that you haven't passed through before, and the space that you enter into, like immediately, like as you are approaching it, it looks very fantastical, and you're immediately assuming that this is kind of the place that Egrin hangs out the most. But as you cross over the threshold into this space, like you get this feeling that you're sort of walking through syrup for a second. Like there is suddenly like a pervasive sense of magic as you enter into the library.
I like libraries.
Yeah, Alara kind of tightens her hooked arm on her sister to, not let her get away.
Whoa, there are
When-
books flying around.
Gwen, quick and Aiden mathematical question. How
Yes.
much HP would I have gotten back during the walk to the place from
You know what? Actually, you guys have been out of the fight for about 3 hours. So that counts as like, multiple little short rests. If you guys want to spend any hit dice to recover, you absolutely can have done that.
I got healed while I was sweeping.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm good. I think the only thing I lost was a rage.
I am so low HP, brother. I do not know how to express it to you.
I am going to give you my bonus hit die from my Axolotl that you can use to roll for extra HP.
Weirdness is in the game.
Go ahead.
Said weirdness is in the game. Weirdness is a axolotl, a shotl. Go ahead. Sorry.
Do I just have to roll? There's no button for hit dice.
There should be.
Oh no,
on
there is.
your-
It's
Yeah.
in the short rest thing, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you can just hit short rest and if anybody wants to do that to recover spells, you can as well.
I'll do that,
Oh,
might as well.
yeah, I'll do that.
Mhm.
Because
I don't think it does anything. But I did it.
let me take them away because it's my new sheet. And then do it.
And then what did I get from you, Ari?
You get basically, it's effectively another hit dice that you can roll without pulling from your hit dice pool.
As it
Okay.
freebs.
A freebster.
Mm-hmm.
I roll perfect twice? I did. Okay. I'm still gonna do another. Oh my god.
You can spend as many as you want to, just you recover them at a half rate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, last one was bad. That's fine.
Yeah, and just make sure you don't subtract one of those rolls
I will add
from your
one of
hit
those
dice
back.
pool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Gwen, question.
Yes.
I have a thing called bolstering magic.
Okay.
And I can touch a companion or myself. And I can choose either for 10 minutes, they can roll a d3 to whatever attack roll or ability check.
Okay.
Or they gain one expended spell slot, but that doesn't really matter because I don't think they're going to be doing any spell stuff. But
Mhm.
I'd like to just allow people to have a D3. I could
Mhm.
do it 4 times. Can I
Okay.
have just done that for them?
Do you want to? Okay, like as you are passing into the room, or right before,
Probably on the
or
way. I might, yeah, maybe on the,
okay.
like, I don't know
Because it
how
only lasts
many
for 10
times.
minutes.
Right.
Okay.
So I don't know how many times in a row I can do it since it's an action, but since we're not in
Mhm.
combat or turn action, you know
It
what I
only
mean?
I
takes
was
you 6 seconds to do it since
Okay.
it's an action economy.
I was
Alright,
also gonna hopefully fist bump Vosti as we enter, and then give him boldening bond to vary Alara and Vosti.
Okay.
Sick. Well,
Did
then
you
while
guys
he
bring
does that to me,
Skibrox?
I do that to you. Oh, probably not. I think
Okay.
we're gonna let Skivvy sleep it off.
Okay.
We actually leave Skivrocks under the stairs.
Under the stairs?
Yeah, we clear that
Yeah,
little area.
Frogman under the stairs.
Yeah, we
Oh,
put
okay.
we put like 11 blankets on top of him,
Yeah.
so it takes him a while to get out, and then we leave him
Yeah.
under the stairs back
We
at the
tied a
house.
couple
We just
together.
sacrificed him to Rissa.
Yeah, she's squeezing him to death. Okay, so I'm just gonna like here, I'm just gonna post this. And so if anybody needs to read it, whatever, for whatever reason, but now I have 0 of those. I've done that to everyone. So you add a D3
Did that shit.
to any
Okay.
ability check.
I think,
Thanks, big brother.
Yeah, dog.
and then all 3 of you also have my D4 ability checks and saves.
And that stacks, by the way.
Once, yeah, it stacks, but once per turn. Don't forget once per turn.
Once per turn.
Okay. Housekeeping out of the way. So this library is multiple stories as shown, and filled with not just like books but like strange trinkets, and there are crystals sort of suspended in the air that are giving you really similar vibes actually to the magic shop in Inamar, and how that was sort of illuminated by crystals from above. At Naira's shop. And there's also just sort of like possibly illusions, but like just little things flying through. Like on this really wonderful art by Benios, there's books flying around, but it's
Yeah.
not just books. Like there's like sort of translucent little birds and like shooting stars and stuff like that. Like there's just stuff that's kind of floating around. And it kind of has an effect that it's hard to focus on any one thing because you keep getting distracted by something else. And you'd imagine like if you were here to say steal something, it would be really difficult to focus on what it is that you wanted to take because everything is so distracting. In the center of the room, in his sort of robes of many colors, and holding his staff, you see Egrin. And he is sort of standing over a podium, kind of presiding over a tome that he's writing into. And what stands out to you all, but particularly to you, Very, because you understand that that's like there's a difficulty to what he's doing, but the pages of the tome are like a dark navy blue, and the ink that he's using is like glowing gold as he writes, and like, you know, a couple of lines will stay sort of this bright glowing gold, and then it'll kind of seep into the page. So seems to be something. He seems to be sort of like engrossed in what it is that he's doing, or he's waiting for you to announce yourself.
Alara clears her throat. Egrin, we come at your request.
Oh, so speedy too. He finishes writing and closes the book and sets down his quill before turning. Welcome home. You've been missed, I'm told.
Is that funny to you?
Did it sound like I was making a joke?
You understand the context of how long they've been gone. Is that funny to you?
I don't find many things humorous, but the various intricacies of time dilations and contractions are interesting. I'm simply acknowledging that they have had an impact here in Demeti.
They've had an impact many places. Egrin.
Demeti is where our concerns are, aren't they, though?
And he like laughs to himself and turns around and walks behind Vosti.
As you pass his Vosti, I think he'll just kind of put a hand on his shoulder and squeeze, like, okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Alar-
We've
go ahead,
come
go ahead.
to, but I'm not sure what is it that you have need of us. I know we haven't exactly been in communication as much as we'd like, but well, you know how travels are.
Yes. I think it would be a good idea for us to debrief. He lifts his staff and kind of waves it around, and the door that's behind you closes and then just simply isn't there anymore. And the sky that you can see through the glass ceiling, it no longer looks like sky. It looks like a mural painted. And you guys kind of actually have that sort of like slightly out of world feeling that you do when you're in the tiny house. You can feel free to speak as openly as you'd like. We cannot be detected here. We cannot be scried upon. So we are in agreement that you made it all the way to Inamar.
Yes.
Alara nods.
What
I'm
happened there?
Fairly certain you found out yesterday what happened there.
I'm not certain that that's the most reliable information because I don't know when it is that you said it. So what happened in Inamar?
Furiously flips through notes.
Yeah,
You
me
you can all see Dakin like knows what to say, but is grinding his teeth.
Okay.
Good.
For my mental timeline, Okuba is where we had the big carnival game stuff, correct?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then
Where
we
you-
moved on to Inamar.
Anamar. Oh,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
we ran into Charles the Tree.
Animar's the whole
way.
situation with the hag and
Brine
everything. That's
vampire.
all in
Right?
Animar. Yes,
Yeah.
that's all in Animar.
And the murder mystery that you got pulled into, yes.
Well, that was
No, that was
we were teleported out of Animar at that point. That was
No, the fishmonger's murder mystery.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
okay,
yes,
sorry, that
yes,
one.
yes,
I was
yes.
thinking of the much grander murder mystery that we
Yeah.
murdered and mysteryed.
Oh, the OG.
Yeah.
Yeah, OG murder mystery. What a
We-
Didn't
campaign when
even
we were
open her
confused with
shop that
either.
day.
Dakin will, after a moment of grinding his teeth, speak. we ran into one of your friends on the roadside before we got there. A changeling.
She revealed herself to you.
Yes. I don't know how willingly, but
Well, there was a murder, and
More than-
then another one. No, there was a murder. People were also missing, and there were lots of strange visitors. And then we found out that there were vampires, and then one of the vampires tried to open a portal, and then boom, time went all funky. And that's what we learned there. Oh, the missing people were taken by a hag.
A Dusk hag.
who also participated in.
And
They made
the
like a trade.
The activities of this hag and this vampire are what was causing the ripples.
They made the flicker occur.
It appears the opening of the portal, or the attempt to do it, caused the ripple, because I believe shortly after, we sent word back home and learned that 3 years had passed.
Maybe 8-10 hours after.
Which, by the way, you might receive a message, unless you have already, about...
He got it yesterday.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for helping us with the hag, even though you couldn't give us much.
You're welcome.
Who's successful, by the way?
I assumed so, since you're all here.
Well, we could have run, but we chose not to.
Surviving a hag by running or by defeating her is equally successful in my mind.
But one's a bit more satisfying.
Was it?
Do you believe that? Leaving a hag out to do whatever they want to rot upon the world, that's the same as getting away?
As an individual? I would imagine so.
Well, we saved a town, Egrin.
Well,
I'm proud of you.
I think the statement is that if you manage by yourself to get away from a hag, then that's impressive.
I suppose.
What is the saying? He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day.
Do you fight?
Oh,
I feel like you have something you want to say.
I have a lot to say, but I don't know if you've said it to me yet, so I don't know how aggressive I should be. So, I'll simply sit here, Egrin. Go ahead.
Well, I invite you to say what it is that you will say.
It's all right. We've
so
just
anyway,
gone through. We've gone through something. I'm pretty sure you've made aware of what happened today.
Yes.
It's no use in
What?
hiding that, of course.
What? Pardon me. Elara Maldoso. Are you well?
What do you mean?
I'm told that you were the target of the attack.
I was one of the targets, yes.
Are you well?
I mean, I've had better days, but I think I'm okay. And she kind of like looks at herself to see if, does she look worse than she thinks she looks? That, he needs to ask if she's well.
Silver.
I simply wanted to ensure that I am considering your well-being while we're having this conversation. What is it that you believe caused the attack today?
We're not entirely sure.
Yeah, I no idea.
Okay. I want Vosti and Alara to go ahead and roll deception checks.
I mean,
It's-
technically, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Well, guys, come on. Get real.
Disadvantage?
Of course
Yes.
it's at disadvantage. Why is the guy...
Okay, not bad.
You would be the one to start lying right now.
Okay.
Not
You're
bad for a
You're
deception
hilarious.
check. Horrible for Alara.
Oh my god.
Let's see his insight.
He seems
Okay.
like he'd be kind of insightful.
Yeah.
No idea whatsoever.
I mean, they said something about stop proceeding on the path that we're proceeding, but what made them come to town and attack us today, a couple hours ago? Literally no idea.
D4s.
D4s, you both are inspired
Oh, yeah.
by the love of
It-
your
And
friend,
Alara
my
also
brother.
has a D3.
Just for the... Okay, you can roll them. It would not have mattered.
Oh
Yeah, I
no,
figured
he's
it was-
so
I
insightful.
said he
So
was
insightful.
I had to say it though, because if I don't, then what am I
Sure.
here for?
The
True.
gameplay integrity of rolling your D4s, everybody.
We
What?
have reason to believe that it might have something to do with the portal.
The portal
Maybe-
in Inamar.
Yes. Maybe
Oh,
there are
you-
others that are connected to this vampire that we're not aware of.
What path did they want you to no longer persist on?
They said stop investigating the haze.
You all see Dakin gets furious seeing him talk about paths. Like he was already like grinding his teeth sitting there and he's like vibrating.
I don't know how to describe Very's reaction to everybody like kind of lying and just her being like, I don't know if we had to say these things.
No,
But
they
I-
literally told me stop investigating the haze.
I know, but prior to that, even mentioning like she's like, oh god, I don't know, guys. It's like when you're watching a
Stop it.
movie and they're like making you a little uncomfortable and you're like, oh man.
Well, I think saying nothing would be worse.
No, I know, but just meh.
We're in a rock and a hard place.
Stop investigating the haze. Were you planning on doing more investigation?
You literally told us to investigate the haze.
We were barely even investigating it when it happened.
Well, if you find what we've found out satisfactory, then I guess not.
Well, I'm unfortunately being confronted with further mystery that I wasn't expecting. Not fully.
In
After
what-
all, the mission that you had been sent on was to investigate the ripples in Inamar in order to identify any threats that could potentially impact Demedi. You uncovered a portal, And that portal did have a threat to Demeti, which it seems like you were unfortunately unable to prevent, which must have been difficult. But now you have fiends invading Demeti to set you off the path of investigating the haze any further. And I wonder, why is it that they would think that that's something you intend to do now that you're home?
Well, you know what they say about assumptions. Am I right, guys?
She's right.
Thanks.
Certainly an ass in the room.
Okay,
I'm
all
also
right.
curious why you've been lying to me.
When was the last time you left Demeti, Egring?
Oh.
I don't understand how that's relevant.
I'm asking it. Is it not relevant if I'm asking it? Can you leave Demeti, Egrin?
I can leave and go anywhere if I wanted to. My position is here.
That's great. That's just great.
Dakin is going to turn and leave the room before he says or does
Can't.
something.
The door is gone.
You mean
he's-
by like going upstairs?
He's gonna like move away and go like sit in the corner. Like
Okay.
he is
he's
going
There
to.
are alcoves and stuff.
Yeah, he's going
grounded.
to go leave the zone before he does something that will deeply impact the rest of their living in social situation.
Okay.
By the way, real quick, Gwen, I think you're
Mhm.
playing two different songs.
One of them should just be the song, and the other one should be background music. Like,
The other one was just a bunch of strings. Like
Really?
swelling.
I was
Does it-
only.
I didn't hear that. I only heard
I was
one.
only hearing one.
Well, I
The
heard it
library-
in a low moment, and I was like, "Wait, that doesn't musically make sense." And then I
Oh, this
raised
was-
one of them, and then lowered the other. And I was like,
meant
"Oh
to
yeah,
just
that's."
be a study.
Did you not notice she was loudly playing a violin in the house with you? Or
It's one of the floating
She's been doing
objects.
that this whole time.
It's a violin floating
You know,
around. That's kind of awesome.
it's
I'm
how
like,
she
I'll dig that.
focuses on DMing. I don't know how you didn't notice that about her.
It's my Sherlockism. What is it that you're attempting to keep from me?
Huh?
You've been lying.
Me?
Your group, not you. You've hardly spoken.
Thank you. That's true. I don't have much to say. It's just kind of like, all right, we learned stuff.
And isn't it your role to disclose everything that you've learned?
Like in life? I've read a lot of books. How much do you want to know?
On your mission.
By the way, kind of rude, I would say, not to invite me into the cool library that we're in right now. Just gonna put that out there.
Did you need to have come earlier than this?
Look at all these books. I could learn some stuff.
You've always seemed rather uncomfortable in my presence.
I mean, you're like a little scratchy. I don't think it's your fault, though.
What is it that you don't want to tell me?
I don't know how to answer him.
I mean, he's
You are-
not specifically addressing just Very, like anyone
I know.
can answer.
But I
And-
feel like Very feels a responsibility to answer because she's been so quiet.
Am I still in range to hear this? I'm not going to jump into the situation, but if in where I fucked off to, am I still in range to hear the conversation, or am I out
Yeah.
at this point in me walking away?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not intervening at all. I gave her my D4. That's all I have to give.
Oh no, I'm
Other than
keeping you close
rage.
enough to be in range to flip out.
To
Yeah,
be in
fireball
range
me.
of consequences. Am I
Wish
right?
Shadow was here.
I know.
will be.
He always knows what to
Oh,
say.
he's almost
He'll
here,
be here
but
soon.
well, I hate that he's missing this part.
Mhm.
Such is life.
He's doing logistics as a balloon 40 feet outside of the room we're in.
I'm actually like doing the thing that kids do, where like you pull on the string so the balloon comes to your hand and then you punch it up.
Ha!
I cast Sanctuary on the balloon.
We'll break this down. What did you learn about the portal?
Oh my god!
Oh, fuck me, dude.
Dakin stands
Oh, you
back
made
up.
it real easy, Gwen.
Dakin
No.
stands back up and walks back over.
No,
I'm not stopping you from speaking at all, but I move back over to the two of you as this comes up.
let me, like, for real, consult my notes.
Yeah. I mean, this has been months and months ago, so you guys feel
Yeah,
free
let's break
to...
it. Let's just take a 5.
Well, it
30 second
doesn't help.
timeout.
It
So-
doesn't help that some of my notes just say, "Yeehaw, bitch! Minnow is
Yeah.
missing. Magical
Lot of
item was
shorthand.
used there. Scrap of black cloth. Cave! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point!"
To be so fair, Yeehaw Bitch Minnow was missing.
Sure was.
Well, then
And
my
that's-
next
that's
notes
all I
start
can
with
say for you.
Le Combat. Eldritch Blast is force damage, you dumb fuck. And that's all she
And that
wrote.
that was on and that was the vampire fight because we were in the mountains of Enamar, and I remember you had used Eldritch Blast like
Okay,
15 times.
I have an answer.
All right.
I think. Well. Oh. I don't know how I want to word it. Vampire Man teamed up with Hag Lady, exchanged the life of a person that lives in Inamar to become one of her dreamers to help him accomplish this task of opening the portal. And then after the portal was open and the guy was dead, the whole like cave system building thing that we were in collapsed. So there wasn't much investigating to be done on the portal itself, I would say.
Did anything come out of the portal?
No.
Why can't you
Roll
guys
a
just let me
deception.
lie? Why can't you guys just let me lie?
I'm not lying.
That's not true, though.
You are lying.
Dakin didn't see anything come out of the portal.
Oh, Skid Rock.
But you know that Skivrox did.
He
'cause
didn't
he's-
say, what did you see come out of the portal? He said, did anything come out of the portal? So
I
that is a
actually-
deception check.
Don't believe Dakin knows Skivrox came out of the same portal as that. I think
I
that
feel like
he thinks
Skivrox
most
has said it
people pulled out of
multiple
his ass.
times.
That's true.
And he also wasn't with us when we went into the room, and he was with us when we came out of the room.
And, you know, Skivrox has told his story multiple times against our will.
If you want to like have held back that statement, you can.
No, I said it, so I said it. I can't.
Okay. You've got a D3 from Vosti.
I do have a D3 from Vosti. That's so nice because I didn't have any Ds from myself. That's so bad. I'm going to use my inspiration I don't have, so I don't do anything.
Okay. What was Very saying?
What? I didn't answer.
Well, Okay.
She was saying she wanted me to die.
No, I just
Live on
I
camera.
said I wish these motherfuckers would let me lie. This is what
Why
I get
is
for
it-
in real life hesitating.
What is it that you're concealing?
I wish I could teleport myself out of here.
What happens if we fail the mission, Egrin?
You haven't failed the mission.
What if we did? I need to
Yeah.
know what kind of relationship we have with you.
You wouldn't have received the benefits. Or in the case that time had passed so long, your family wouldn't have received the benefits of
What
being
were the benefits?
successful.
Did we know? Wait, hold on.
The
Did you tell us the benefits before we left?
No.
Oh shit! What did they get?
You guys didn't know
10,000
the
gold.
benefits?
you know, half the time I don't really know what's going on.
What did they get?
10,000 gold.
Oh,
For each
Mother-
of you.
for each, or total?
No,
Total.
for each of you.
Shut up!
Would you let the man answer?
Is it 10,000 gold total?
Yes. And 2,500 has been placed into the Demeti bank system for Dakin.
Wow. Oh. Mother didn't mention that at all to me. Okay.
Well, good for them.
Good for them. Yeah. Maybe it put towards the 3 for chip for school or something. Okay.
Who knows?
And what was it that you were going to have us do after we returned successful?
Whatever the next mission was.
So we just continue to do missions forever and
That's what-
ever.
Being
Such
a
is
member
the
of the Black
job.
Moon is.
Is there a way to not be a black moon?
Do you
Hypothetically
wish to no longer
speaking.
be a Black Moon?
Hypothetically speaking.
Are you deceiving me because I shouldn't trust you any further?
No.
Have you been compromised?
No.
Can you roll a persuasion?
At disadvantage.
Is it
But with
disadvantage
the
though because I'm
D4.
being truthful?
No, it's at disadvantage
You're
because you
trying
get
to
disadvantage
persuade
on
him, though.
all of your social checks.
That's
You
a
still, have you
truthful...
still have your D4 from Big
D4,
Brother
It
over
doesn't-
here.
Can I help him by like standing there in solidarity? That I believe that
Nodding
this,
her head
like,
vigorously.
Yeah, crossing my arms.
Well, is there something you can offer as evidence that you guys remain loyal to being Black Moons and to Demeti in order to support his statement? Because
Hmm.
if he's compromised, you could all be compromised. And so you standing in solidarity with him isn't a persuasive action. But if you have some sort of evidence that you could provide,
Do we? I mean,
Then-
we don't really have anything though, do we?
I mean, how do we prove that we haven't been compromised except for saying
looking.
no?
I'm looking through all
Okay.
my bags right now.
Can I mechanic explain? Not in a bad way. Just in general for your social checks. It's just because you have strife. It's not based on like truth or lie or whatever. You just get
Mhm.
disadvantaged because you have strife.
Oh, I know that.
yeah. And in
I know, but
this
you said it was
situation,
truthful.
in this situation, because
Well, I mean, my
other
point is
people,
like-
including yourself, has been deceptive. That's why you're trying to now make a persuasion roll against.
Yeah,
against him.
it just sucks if I like roll a critical failure, but it's the actual truth, and it's like, oh, don't believe you, sorry.
That's
But all right, let's do
just how it goes sometimes.
Oh.
it. Mm-hmm.
Wait, that was perception.
What's your
Oh.
modifiers for persuasion?
-5 of that.
So a 7.
Nope.
Okay.
Gemma!
I'm sorry. I don't know
No,
why you're
I'm-
Ken-eyeing me like you're not Mr. I have to be honest.
I was immediately gonna go. I have no ground to stand on.
Exactly. You one time made someone do worse in combat because you were like, actually.
We have to be honest, or otherwise it doesn't matter.
What
Also,
what does he
my-
do in response to that?
My understanding is that your experience of time has been shorter than our experience of time in Demeti.
That's true.
A month
What has-
passed. A month passed in Inamar for us. 3 years here. More further out.
What has happened that has given you cause to try and keep something that you feel is worth lying over? What is it?
Oh, I didn't say it. Dakin looks to all of you to see your responses.
I think Very just has like 1,000-yard stare. Because
Ghosty
that's what
looks
I have
over
on
at
our-
Valerius.
Valerius balloons.
I
I'm
also
still
look at
punching the
Valerius.
balloon.
Valerius balloons.
Well, I
I
guess
look
we
at
have to
him and-
wait for Valerius.
Could I perhaps look at him again? Would that change the situation?
Roll for perception on
It doesn't
Valerius
magically
balloon.
make Valerius have an answer right now, unfortunately.
And he
I'm-
joins the channel.
Trying my hardest to will my close friend into my heart, and it's not working, and it hurts me.
I'm summoning.
I'm literally
Why
using
don't?
magic circles.
Why don't what?
Why don't we do this?
No.
I will.
Maybe just let him finish.
I will give you a chance to speak amongst yourselves and come to a conclusion about how you wish to continue this conversation.
Sure, that sounds great. Would love that.
He said no before.
Shut up. Shut up.
And I think we'll go ahead and have the conversation in a place that has put things into perspective for you all before.
Thank God. I'm sorry, what?
We'll put you into a place that has given you an opportunity to have some perspective before.
I think
If
we
you
can just stay
do-
right here.
If
I'll
you
bring
do
you
some
back.
magic shit to me, I'm gonna have feelings about it.
In 20 minutes.
I don't want to go to there.
So, we're going to go to break so you guys can fill in Valerius, who's back. Yay. And you guys can kind of come up with your game plan. And you guys will see where you got teleported to
I
in
don't
just a
want
moment.
I don't want to get teleported to there. I know what you're implying.
Cast a quick counterspell.
Counterspell. I'm not strong enough to counterspell him.
Yeah, you are not.
Damn.
So yeah, we will go ahead and head to a little break time. Thanks everybody. We'll see you in 10.
Oh, Okay, you're good.
So you feel yourselves teleported, and for 4 of you, this place is quite familiar. Dakin, this is not a place that you've ever been, but it is a place that you've heard them talk about. You are in the dungeon beneath the Ivory Keep, and you're each in your own unique cells. There is a cell with Dakin at the end, Vosti in the middle, and Valerius on the other end. And then across the way are where Veri and Alara are. And you can't, the walls are solid between the cells. So none of the boys can see each other, but they can see the girls across the way, and then vice versa. The girls can see the boys, but not each other. But according to Egrin, you guys have some time to kind of just talk through what it is that you want to say or how you want to approach it. So, you may use this time.
Valerius kind of walks up to like his edge of the cage and like rests his forearms, so like just his hands are kind of poking out. I'm really regretting working for this.
I didn't really want to say yes.
I felt like we couldn't say no. Was that just me?
No, I felt like we could say no, but everybody else said yes, so I was like, well, I don't want to be that guy.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to stay in prison, so it's that whole.
We weren't going to stay in prison if we didn't join.
Can I offer an unpopular opinion here?
Are you sure it's unpopular, or are you just saying that?
I don't know. It depends on after I say it how you guys react. What if we just tell him?
Oh, that is unpopular.
I mean, I believe me, I don't want to.
I don't know if you care that much, actually.
I think of all people that might need to know, it might be him. And the only reason I say that is because what just happened out there, us getting attacked, it's no longer just something, this situation involving us. It's now been put on a lot bigger scale. I mean, not that it wasn't already a big scale, but... I mean, we got attacked in the middle of town. Thoughts, opinions?
I don't
I'm
see a
with-
way of getting out of telling him.
No, I'm not saying that at this point we don't I'm not saying that we don't like have to at this point. I'm saying I don't think that it's that big of an inconvenience to Valerius to be like, yeah, that's my dad that I hate.
That's not true.
Okay.
My feelings about it doesn't change your guys' feelings about it.
That's
if it was
not what
just
I'm...
my issue, then I would be nonchalant about it, but it doesn't just affect me.
Right.
What's Alara thinking?
She's silent. She sits down crisscross applesauce and is just like picking at the hem on her clothes.
What's Vosti thinking?
I mean, I already said it. I don't think there's a way that we can get out of speaking the truth and just essentially trusting this guy.
What's going on in Valerius's head?
Trying to think of the right way to word it, but he's definitely a little... Nah, annoyed isn't the right word, but I'm going to use that for lack of. Annoyed about how Vari's reacting to how he's saying, like, oh, well, Valerius isn't, perturbed by this type thing. Like, he's a little disheartened by that. That's a good word.
What's Very thinking about?
Mm. Well, in classic Maldoso and company fashion, nothing was resolved again. So she obviously still has her feelings from earlier in the day on her mind. And she just doesn't think that, like, she doesn't, how do I say it? She feels like contextually the decisions that, like, Valerius makes in regards to, like, telling people about this and stuff, like, she doesn't, I don't know, she doesn't, like, trust his intentions right now. And it's coming from a place of, like, right now I feel like you're a liar. And it's, you know, it's like her typical, like, she's kind of like throwing a little bit of a tantrum because she's like, the fuck?
Is that something I would be able to, like, obviously detect?
You can roll an insight against her. While you're doing that, what thoughts is Dakin having?
Dakin feels a lot of rage at this person. Because not only is he the only point of contact that he's had to this, what in to him feels at this point, air quotes, mission. That was basically just like, go there, look at that. He now is like flippant about it because he doesn't even have the full context and refuses to acknowledge the full context. He feels mad. He doesn't. He at this point nearly hates this guy.
Okay. Do you guys have anything else that you want to say to each other, or do we want the 20 minutes to be up and you guys get pulled back in?
Does anyone else say anything after that last like exchange between us, and does it just go silent?
No, I think I'll say something.
Okay.
Alara will sigh and like toss a pebble or something, and you hear it kind of like ping off the floor. And she's like, "This is your dad, and I will say or do whatever you want me to do. I'm just trying to protect you and your dad."
Posty?
What I've gathered from Egrin in some of the conversations we've had with him is that most of his interests have to do with the safety of this city. Our city. Where our family lives. Where we were born. And we don't necessarily have a full indication of his motivations, but to this point, we don't have any reason to believe they're evil in nature or set out to cause harm to the city and those that live in it. Or maybe, in a way, this could be a chance for us to trust someone other than those that are in our family or just outside of it, like Dakin. Especially someone with power.
It's mainly why it's mainly why I brought it up. I mean, I trust all of us to be able to handle shit when it comes at us, but can we handle everything?
Or would it be foolish to think we can?
I haven't lied.
I think someone needs to be outside of us, needs to be let in on this.
Can you talk louder?
That might have been my mic thing. Is that better?
Say a sentence.
Hello, it's me. It's Valerius. I'm not a balloon anymore. I'm in a cage. I'm over here.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
better.
You want to repeat what you said?
Me or Barry?
Valerius.
Yeah, he just said I think we got to bring at least somebody in on this outside of us five.
Hey, you have a text message, I think.
Shut up.
I think we take a chance.
All right, but I'm talking.
Sure. I'm tired.
You want to take a little nappy?
I do. You think you'll just leave me in here? There's a lot of hay. in
No,
here.
I think he's going to bring you back with us.
It's kind
You
of
have hay?
cold. Yeah, I've got hay. You don't
I
have
have a
hay.
shit bucket.
Oh, well, I don't have that, so maybe you win.
All I have are rocks.
I know, I
Flat.
hear them.
Ow!
I
Sorry.
bounced off the wall and hit it. That was funny.
No, I punched
Oh.
something when I was moving my hands because I'm still talking with my hands.
I'm very dexterous. I just pinged it off one of the bars on Dakin's cage.
No, I didn't get hit by a rock.
Youch!
Dakin
trying
got
to
hit by
cover
a
for
rock.
you.
No, I'm self-admitting that I'm talking with my hands and it hit my hand on a bar. And I feel like throughout this conversation, at some point, she's like stuck her arms through and has been like emoting as she's talking.
Gestating.
Yes.
Yeah. Definitely not gestating, but gesticulating for sure.
Oh yeah, gesticulating, gestating.
That's
She's
wild.
I'm so
Shaking
glad
against
you
the
did
bars.
because I was eating mashed potatoes and I couldn't
I'm
do it.
not
so I'm glad
carrying
you
a
did.
fetus in the womb.
Thrusted.
Wow!
Barry is not pregnant.
Bars got something else.
Who's
in it.
lying now?
Grimheart,
It's
you
not
son of
me.
a bitch.
No, Skip. You know what? 20 minutes up.
Red,
20 minutes
red
up.
card. Red card. No.
20 minutes
Holy
up.
shit.
20 minutes up.
Okay. Let's go ahead and we'll pull ourselves back. So yeah, you guys, I'll pause just because that was sort of out of character joking. Is there anything else anybody wants to throw in at the end?
I love you guys.
Love you guys.
I love you, Laura.
Oh
I
god.
stick my hand around the wall and try to reach Barry.
We can't reach. I'm just like swinging my arm out there.
And that's when he brings you guys back as you're flailing your arms at each other. I'm
Is there a
kidding.
chair somewhere for me to like pull up and like dramatically sit?
Only if you
There
sit
is this,
backwards.
there's a bench around
That's
this
not
sort
as
of central
cool as
tree.
what I was picturing. Sorry, my dog barking is coming over my microphone on the stream only. God, I'm not barking. Anyway.
You bring yourselves back, or you don't bring yourselves back. Egrin brings you guys back, and you find yourselves once again inside the arcane library. He has been sort of spending the time writing more notes into that book. But because he knows that you're here, he closes it once more and turns to face you. All right, I recognize in the time that we've spent apart from each other that this is really your first true debrief other than that small mission to check on the possibility of an assassination attempt against the Baron. So I will set some expectations. What I am seeking to learn from you are things of interest beyond what anybody on the street might be able to tell me about the events that you've witnessed. There is a lot of whisperings in Inamar about a fishmonger being murdered and vampires and the death of a priest. And of course, the flicker that happened, everyone is aware of that. And the time distortion that it's had on it. What you've brought to me is that there was an attempted summoning. What I'm hoping to find out is what it is that was special about this summoning that might have caused this flicker. Did something come out? Do you know from where it was being summoned? Do you know anything about the ritual that was being cast other than it was requiring blood as a sacrifice? Did you see anything in the portal? Were you there when it was opened or closed? I need details in order to be able to respond appropriately on behalf of Demeti.
Okay. You know what? She'll sit down on the bench and kind of like lounge a little.
Okay.
First of all, in the spirit of honesty, I would like to say that it's fucked up to send us to jail cells to talk about something. Anyway.
Agreed.
Secondly, let's not discount the information that we have given you, because that was stuff that we were directly involved in and believed relevant to what we were doing. I understand that it's not spy information, but it was information nonetheless. Third, I actually don't know anything about the ritual, nor do I know much about the portal itself, because, as I said, I was being truthful when I told you that we didn't have much time to investigate that in particular. What we witnessed was a vampire that had seemingly teamed up with a hag to do this summoning. The summoning, I will say, is familiar in blood to some of us. Not by choice, but by birth. And that is that the portal went to Pandemonium. The being summoned is tangentially... Well, this is kind of an assumption because there was a bit of a... Well, no, it's not an assumption. The being that was being summoned is tangentially sort of related to us by blood, us being, the blue ones. For, just a callback to what we've been called before on this. Am I right, guys? Peach one and green one, mint one? Was it green or mint? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
I've gotten both.
Yeah, his name is Castor, and he actually, we don't quite know the whole structure of people in Pandemonium, to be honest. But I would say he's probably powerful. One thing did come out of the portal, and he's just a little guy. And he helped us close it. Well, okay, I'll be honest in saying that the details are a little bit hazy for me because I was going to die, I think. But I think little Skivrox, it was the reason it got closed, probably. I don't think I helped at all.
Related to you.
By blood.
So, a devil. In
Yes.
Pandemonium.
Yes.
Odd. Somewhat antithetical to the nature of Pandemonium and the nature of devils.
Well, I would say that Castor would like to take the magic of this world and harness it.
Do you have an understanding of how he might be attempting to do this?
No. It's a bit beyond us, I think.
Are you attempting to be deceptive?
No. Very really doesn't understand how.
Okay.
If you want me to roll, I'll roll, but I think that she thinks she's telling the truth at least.
How are you aware that Castor is the name of this entity?
Skivrox, the little guy, who we've just recently learned can also be a big guy. Kind of upsetting blow to us, to be honest.
Is this Skivrox a threat?
No.
Are you certain that Skivrox isn't an agent of Castor?
Well, he's been in our lives, sort of, since childhood. He, bestowed gifts upon us. So, and honestly, he doesn't seem like he would be a really good liar, but I guess I never really questioned it because he's been in our lives for so long. But I mean, if you met him, you'd maybe understand.
You've had an entity from Pandemonium in contact with you for most of your lives.
Points at blue skin.
My understanding is that your blood was of a fiendish nature, which would have put you into the hells, not Pandemonium, but your ancestry is also from Pandemonium. In what way did you say that you were related to Castor?
By blood. Well, it has been explained that we're sort of all related-ish. I don't really totally understand.
Is Castor your father?
No.
Can I have you roll persuasion on that?
Sure. Do I still have my D4?
Yeah.
I could have done better.
Okay. Do you believe that closing this portal has made it so that Castor is no longer a threat?
No.
What is your evidence of that?
The attack.
Yeah, Alara kind of has a "are you serious" look on her face right now. But
This
she's
is
not
the-
saying anything.
This is the only thing, is you being attacked is your evidence that he's... I guess, to what end would harming Alara, your adoptive sister, do towards his end of obtaining power and magic? Is there something that the group of you are working on that puts you in competition with him?
I look around briefly at everyone else as I'm sitting down.
As in an invite to speak, or like
No, should I just keep going?
I'll nod.
Yeah, same with Val.
Alara just kind of shrug nods.
I would say that we have stumbled upon fate in that being present for these things has led to an understanding of a greater purpose? I'm not meaning to say this like a riddle. I just don't know how to talk, I think.
What
There's a
is this?
prophecy for the world.
Do you know what it entails?
The heart dying?
So, for the first time, there is something more than just Egrin sort of hovering there, listening to you, and his voice kind of coming from this darkness within his hood. He like sort of straightens up from his old man stoop, and like shoots forward until he's like standing over very like leaning down. What else about the heart specifically?
Hold on, everybody. I've got to look at my notes.
Alara kind of moves into a defensive position closer to her sister.
Let me sort of... Ooh, can I give context here on Castor and this prophecy before I tell you what it is?
Just speak.
Okay, I will. So we have sort of, in seeking whatever this may be, come to the understanding that Castor, at the same time, is also seeking prophecy of the world. And off memory, this prophecy is a three-parter where the first two are a maybe and the last one is a yes. I don't have them all on the same page in my notes for some reason. Does anybody have that on hand?
I don't have the third one.
I have the third
Let's
one. I
see.
don't...
The prophecies?
Yes. Just all in
Yeah.
one, so I can read them all.
Yeah, I got it. Give me just a second.
You chewing?
I'm
starts
taking
with
my...
whis-
It's 8 o'clock. I'm taking my medicine.
Is it the one that starts with "Whispers ride the winds of fate"? Or is that something different? Oh no, that's the Abby doll. Never mind. We should tell him about Abby. Fuck
I
sure.
don't know if this is all three of them. I think it is.
Okay. Yeah. That Whispers Ride the Winds of Fate is the
that part of it?
first one.
And then "To seek the oracle's veiled decree" is the second stanza, I think. Or is that all part of the first? Because I wrote them next to each other.
I have this under Lucid Dream Riddle.
Oh, God. Okay. Is that the first
That
one?
might be the third one. Oh, Alara has something different.
The one I have is from session 7, so I would assume that's before.
The one that I posted is under my session 23 notes.
Okay.
And yes, that's the last one. The one I posted is the last one.
I have that one. I need the
Go ahead and
the
help.
second one.
Okay, what Shadow posted is the second one.
Okay, and then so the "To seek the oracle's veiled decree" or whatever, that's the second part of the first one?
I think so. The first one
Okay.
might have been just
This-
a big one.
Don't worry, guys. I got it. This is the first one. Whispers ride the winds of fate, a trembling truth in shadow's wake. The heart that pulses deep beneath shall either bind or set forth grief. The haze shall shudder, break the light, and bind the stars to endless night. To seek the oracle's veiled decree, through paths of fire and broken sea, the journey wrought by hearts undone, where ties are tested, lost or won, each step shall weigh, each choice shall burn, for in the depths there's no return. The second one. When darkness rises, the heart shall break. Bound by fate, a hero must forsake. The haze shall tear with the devil's roar, and Andromea's light shall shine no more. 4 shall rise from shadows cast, 1 will fall, 1 will last. A bond once pure will turn to flame, and none shall leave the world the same. Oh my god, I do have that in my notes. That's crazy. Sorry. Just learned that. And the final one.
When Very begins to speak the final stanza, Egrin reaches forward. For Alara's benefit, he's not like snatching forward, but he reaches forward and like sort of frames her jaw with his hand. And when she speaks, if she continues to, but when she makes her next sound, it's like projecting, but you guys like can see like the sound waves coming out of her mouth and sort of like spreading through the room.
Why are you doing that?
Speak the final stanza.
Do you have to do that?
Yes.
Why?
To look. Speak it.
To look? Okay. A choice of blood, a soul to rend, one's will be bent, and one to end. The heart's true power will be revealed. In sacrifice, the fate is sealed. Ugh.
He draws his hand back, and her sounds are no longer like making this like weird sort of rippling energy throughout the room, but you can hear from somewhere upstairs sort of like this like rattling that begins to happen.
What's that?
That is what we're looking for. And he just sort of like hovers up to the second floor, like at this diagonal. It's a very weird feeling for you, Alara, as his robe kind of like brushes past you, and it just feels like licking a penny. Like it feels uncomfortable. From the second floor, like there's like rattling and everything, and shuffling, and then he sort of reappears with this box that's been like wound multiple times by a very thin gold chain. Interesting. He hovers his way back down and then heads over to his podium and starts sort of futzing around with that. He seems to be like, you're not excused to go because there's no exit, but he's not paying direct attention to you at this point either.
Very stands up and is like wiping her jaw off.
There is history of a thing known as the heart, a contraption created by something ancient. And he's once again still kind of like involved in whatever it is that he's doing with this chest. You guys are free to approach, or he seems to
I'll
be like
walk
so
up.
involved with it that he's not really paying attention to you at all.
I'm doing like that classic like leaning to try to see more thing.
He seems to be like his hands are kind of twitching around this, and you can see that he's basically trying to unravel this gold chain, but it's sort of like, because it's all tangled, he's doing like a magical maze, but it's effectively like untangling Christmas light strings.
Oh.
What are the rest of you doing?
Alara's kind of defensively keeping near Very just because the next time he lays a hand on her sister, she's chopping that hand off.
Oh, we don't have to do that.
Oh.
We don't go around grabbing people's faces. We don't do that here.
It was like a microphone, kind of.
What are the fellas doing?
Definitely keeping an eye on everything.
I think Vosti's
yeah.
super and locked in on what he's saying. I don't think he's paying attention to much else.
Mhm. As he's working, he's just kind of like muttering to himself, and very occasionally, like things sort of like become like at speaking level, like he remembers that he's perhaps talking to other people in the room, but he seems to be mostly just like invested in what he's doing. But like as he's working his hands around this box trying to get it open, and it's also rattling, so from your perspective as a caster, very like this is not an easy thing that he's doing, so it makes sense that he's like having difficulty concentrating on two things at once. Before the gods, older beings, the primordial, there was a cosmic balance.
Is there
And then he's
like
back to concentrating.
is there like some way that I can like magically assist?
Maybe. What's your proposal?
What is my proposal? I'm shadowy. Can I like try to harness my understanding of magic and the arcane into like some shadow that could maybe assist in unraveling it?
Yeah, go ahead and make an arcana check.
All right.
Don't forget your D4.
For Rick.
Do you want to use your inspiration or leave it at
A
that?
little bit. A
You can
little
if you
bit
want
I
to.
do. Oh, please be. Oh my god.
Okay. Your shadow is there, and it's trying to like help sort of piece through and figure out like where there is more shadow, because the chain is going to be looser, is kind of like you're trying to sort of point those places out. So that's going to be the probably the easiest way to then move the chain a little bit further along and it's unraveling. It's not entirely clear whether this is something that's like assisting him or just sort of highlighting the way he was already going to go. But you are having an effect on the efforts that he's making. It was a keeper of the balance, Valkyrian. Yes.
How do I
Light
spell
and dark.
that?
Valkyrion. Valkyrion.
Spell it again, sorry.
It's in the
I
chat.
put it into the
Thank
chat.
you.
hmm
By the way, before you said that part,
hmm
you said that there were before the gods there was. Did you say a battle for the balance of the cosmos, or just a balance of the cosmos? Did I
There was
make
a
up the word battle?
balance.
Okay, I made
Yeah.
up the word battle.
And
Mhm.
primordial beings was also muttered.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Wait a minute. Never mind.
Always a balance. Always a balance. Light and death. Life and death. Fate and free will. Light and dark. The first flame. Yes, the first flame. And he's just continuing to fuck around with this box. Valerius, what are you doing?
Fucking watching all this shit, really confused. Because this is the first time we've
Dakin?
really seen, like, Egrin do anything like this, right?
This might be the
True.
first time we've seen insanely high magic
Yeah, yeah.
besides the hag.
What is Dakin up to? What's he thinking or doing? Swallowing mashed potatoes.
Intriguing.
Mhm.
Dak instead.
He's pooping.
Penta?
No.
Are you muted?
No.
No.
Where
Sometimes
is
his
he?
actual mic might be muted.
He might have stepped away.
Might have.
Pooping.
Keep pooping.
The magic killed him.
So, if you guys are going to just leave him to sort of do his little mutterings and his opening up of this box, whatever it might contain, I'm just going to skip forward some time. Mm. Mm. It's a number of hours before he finally like finishes unraveling this chain. He became a little bit more invested as he got like as more and more of this chain like came loose around the box, and was putting less and less of it into like speaking out loud. But when he finally like sort of twitches his hands and the last of the chain kind of falls away, that the pile of it is like nearly the size of like it's nearly up to Very's waist where she's standing, like this like heap of this thin gold chain, and this box that he's unraveled is like a third of the size that it seemed to have been when he first started. And he starts like turning it around in his hands. Very and Alara, since you're just like immediately right there, you can see that this box has like sigils and runes and strips of paper with spells written across it, like sealing up the edges, and like drops of wax with like markings pressed into it. Like just sort of all over this little box. Like
Nice.
go you can do an arcana check. There is not any one of your specialties that's like specifically applying Alara,
I
but
want to know.
like
Wait.
yeah.
You forgot your D4. Get more. I also did, but I don't care. It's a good one.
So what you're getting from this is you're looking at it and from your understanding of magic, Very and Alara, your just studies as being a hunter of various things that are of threat, is this box is not meant to be opened unless it's time for it to be opened.
Oh,
And
jeez.
simply unraveling the chain is not enough for it to be time. So it won't open until it's time. And anybody who tries to open it too soon is under threat. So Egren's kind of turning the box around, and you're not hearing anything like sort of shuffling or rattling inside. But he sets it down on the podium with the lid facing up, and then reaches forward and attempts to like lift the lid, and nothing happens. Like the box just starts to tip, like the lid is sealed. And he doesn't sigh, but like he just sort of returns a little bit to his old man hunch that he's usually in. Interesting. Want to give it a try?
Is it dangerous?
Could be.
But if you just tried to open it and it didn't work, then doesn't that mean like it's not time?
Perhaps the time is your attempt.
That's pretty philosophical.
Timey-wimey.
Okay. Like really slowly reaches towards it.
Does Very have any like buffs on her?
Emboldening
the-
bond.
Emboldening bond, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Would a bless stack with that?
Sure does.
Yes.
Probably.
And I will cast bless on her, and because I have 2 more creatures to Put it on. I'll put one on Alara and one on Vosti.
Hashtag blessed.
Okay.
And I touch the lid and try.
Let me ask you. I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
You
Oh.
can, the answer that you give is going to impact what happens next, but you don't have to say it out loud if you don't want to.
Okay.
So I'm going to whisper it to you. You can just tell
Okay.
me what the answer is, and then we'll
Okay.
see. So, pause or talk amongst yourselves.
Crazy weather
Uh,
we're having out there, man.
Yeah, it's
Don't like
So how about-
Just kidding. If you guys want to talk in character at all, you can.
Macaroni and the chicken strip.
about them baseball, you know,
Go Mets. We
sports
love
ball.
the Mets.
teams of base running.
Stanley Cup final. Risk it for the biscuit.
Did you see Mickey Mouse has a new Formula One car?
Is that true?
Yep, Disney has a Formula One car with Mickey Mouse on the side.
Oh my god! I saw that F1. I guess the F1 season is back or something.
Yeah, that's everything for some reason on my feed on Instagram.
Yeah,
is
it's
Formula One.
nonstop. Yeah, I keep trying to like scroll past it real quick so
Yeah.
it doesn't log it in my watched
Yeah.
algorithm. I'm like, oh god, no!
I have to reset my algorithm every now and then.
Yeah.
Find a good book while you're over there, Vosti. We can read it later.
I'm not wandering around. Are you crazy? There's high magic happening right now. I gotta figure this shit out for me. There's wild magic running through my veins. I've got to understand. Maybe I'm like a box with chains on it.
You know, you have this thought, Vosti, and
Oh my god, I was joking.
you do kind of feel like that syrupy feeling that you walked through, that's been sticking to you. The only time you haven't felt it since you entered this space was when you guys were sent into the prison cells. But like now, especially while Egrin is doing what he's doing and Vari's helping, there's like just this like syrupiness. Like it's too humid in this space, but it's not because of moisture. It's just kind of like this pressure all around you. Can I go ahead and just have you do a constitution save, please?
Oh my god, that's also a disadvantage.
Yeah,
Well,
because this is technically
Wait,
a
hold on.
concentration check.
okay, is it?
Mm-hmm.
You also have your bless and your emboldening bond.
I do.
And
2d4
it
then?
Comes up
says-
the power of family.
Well, I mean, if he's within X amount of feet of you, doesn't he get +5 to his saves?
Yeah. If you're within 10 feet of me.
Are you allowing it?
Are you standing within 10 feet of your brother?
I don't know.
I would assume so.
Sure. I'm not standing too far apart from anyone at this point.
Okay.
Oops, I hit normal.
Oh. My god.
Go ahead and roll
Holy
again.
shit.
But that was so good. I don't know if I want.
I know, but you have disadvantage.
2d4 plus 5.
Jesus Christ.
That's still crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
You almost
got
rolled
good-
a
I
fucking
got good con,
40.
dog.
You almost rolled a 40.
The need to lash out just to release some of this pressure is suppressed.
So need to release the pressure is suppressed.
Yes. You're not quite sure what would have happened if you had given in to this pressure that's building up inside of you.
Oh, got you. Okay, got you. Was that feeling? You said it was always present, but now that the box is out, I felt it more.
Yeah, it's been present
Got
since
it.
you were brought into the library, but this, because magic is being worked in front of you, like
That it's more.
you feel it a lot more.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. I have my answer. Let's do... We'll go back here. Very flips open the box.
I can't see.
Life, death,
okay.
life, death.
It's okay.
Okay.
Meep, meep, meep. You all find yourselves confronting a vision of something that you've seen before, but only like a flash of it. And it is a gateway that is clearly underground that currently seems dormant. The flash that you saw of it before, there was like blinding light coming out of this doorway, and shimmering lights along the walls. And it had been just a flicker while you were receiving some visions related to the prophecies. But now it currently stands dormant. And from within it, you hear what sounds like, I'm going to just describe as like clockwork mechanisms, like little pings and tinker noises and cranking sounds and whirring. All of you are there, and you feel like you have agency.
Is this the same building that we saw in the vision from the hot pool tub thing in the Fey realm? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So where we got the second part of the prophecy.
Yes.
Alara starts walking toward the door.
What do the rest of you do?
same. Can you press that you're back?
Valerius is following after.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay. So you guys approach, and the doorway in is very, very dark, heading down into this space. Like you don't see beyond that there's like, like a distant light to head towards. It's just shadow, and it feels dark even to you, very, with your
I was just
gifted
about to
eyes.
ask.
Like your dark vision is still working. It's just, it feels darker than normal dark. Would you guys proceed?
As we're going, could Valerius just fire off a very quick divine sense? Just curious.
What?
Huh?
Her internet died.
Oh,
She was not
Oh.
pausing for dramatic effect.
I thought she was. I thought she was reading it, and I was about to get a fucking lore drop.
Oh, magically level up to 20.
We're
Yeah,
all
she's
level
like,
37 somehow.
Oh my god, you've cracked the code by
And
casting
we're
divine sense.
we're so smart and also cool.
We could be level 250, and I'd still only have 5 spell slots.
It's okay. I only have 2, so you're doing better than me. That's right. You've complained about spell slots in front of a warlock, and now you're being punished.
Yeah.
Banishing smite.
Cries.
That's right. I can cast that. I mean, I don't have it on my sheet, so I actually can't, but I could if I wanted it. How about that?
No.
You rebooting the whole computer?
Yes.
Should have reboot all the way.
Okay.
Should I throw up a break screen?
Nah, we can. Let's talk to chat. Chow, how you
Pinky
feeling,
Pact
dog?
streaming live on Sundays.
What is
What
this,
you-
a
what-
fucking ad on our own channel?
Yeah. Live ad read.
Big
That's
shout
just
out to
fucked
our
up.
sponsor, us.
No.
Sleep number.
No.
Oh.
Don't falsely
Gatorade.
claim that we have
Did
sponsors.
you not even hear what I said?
I know what you said, but then he
Okay.
said something real.
Hashtag not net.
Shout out to our wallets and time for making this game possible.
I made this overlay in case anyone was curious. If you weren't curious, then why not? Am I right? I
Did you
don't
end
know
up
what to
making
say.
a gone fishing sign like you said you were gonna do?
Oh,
Nope.
I have a gone fishing sign. I also have you as a balloon.
I have seen me as a balloon and it's really funny. Yeah.
I can put
Very
anyone as a balloon.
Shadow, why'd you make people fight frogs? It's fucked up, dog.
Oh yeah, I had with Kate and our friend Hannah, we had our first in-person D&D game, and I got to use the year's worth of in-person stuff I've had sitting on a shelf collecting dust.
Oh, so we
Nice.
just weren't invited because we live in different states and couldn't have showed up anyway,
Okay,
huh?
don't do what Smurf did and say, "Damn bitch, where's my invite?" when he's on the literal other side of the country and wouldn't leave it alone for a week.
Damn, bitch, where's my invite? Said from only halfway across the country, actually.
That's crazy. Oh,
Clap,
there she
clap,
is.
clap, 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 clap.
Clap, 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 clap.
Okay, Valerius is doing what now? Thanks. Sorry,
Divine
guys.
sense.
He's doing a divine sense. He's just, as they're walking, he's just morbidly curious.
Okay. Magic doesn't exist yet, so you're in this spell. What does it feel like, and does it appear any differently than it normally would?
I mean, it's only ever just been like his eyes flaring a little bit.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't think so.
Tough question.
Okay. Let's go ahead and say that what actually happens is Valerius wills himself to notice if there is a presence of something evil or powerful that might have some kind of influence over them. And it's not simply that his eyes glow and he gets sort of like a sense of something nearby, but you see his heart suddenly starts to like sort of bloom with light, and it spreads outwards from his armor and down his arms to his fingertips. And as he's kind of like spreading them out to look at them, like beams are shooting everywhere and kind of scanning over all of the spaces around until it they all sort of like align like laser beams further down the tunnel, and then they hit something that is, to your understanding, very briefly before what happens next happens, Valerius, is it hits something so core to celestials and fiends and undead, like the progenitor of all three of those things. It hits it so hard that it snaps back and you go flying backwards about 20 feet.
Alara turns looking to see if he was attacked from somebody somewhere that she needs
There's
to lash out
something
at.
in there.
You take 5 bludgeoning damage.
What did you just do?
I tried to sense things, and there's something in there.
Well, don't do that again.
Okay. As he stands up.
Alara
I
has her
say,
crossbow at the ready.
knowing that I can't offer any sort of support. I continue walking.
Okay.
Yep.
You eventually to a large silver door that has been sort of blown open in your direction. And there's still dust settling. So it seems like it may have been a recent thing that happened. But beyond, you see what looks like, fuck me, a tinkerer's workshop.
Oh my god. The secret to the universe is an artificer.
No.
Can't believe it.
She right away needed you to put that to rest. Very would start walking to like into the door.
Mhm.
Not like into the door itself, but like through the, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. In the way that Grim Heart is a silhouette of darkness, there is a thing that is a silhouette of light that is sort of stooped over a sort of glass inlaid with silver, like a desk that has just sort of like all of this. It's not quite filigree because it's very angular, but this silver patterning that's running through it. And you can see all of these tools and you understand that they're tools, but they don't look familiar to you. Like there's not like the hammer and the wrench or anything, but they're sort of sticking out of like boxes and cups that are also set on this table. And you can see that like across the wall are things that maybe bring to mind schematics, but also like maps of the cosmos and like shopping lists. Like it's just sort of like not in a writing that you understand, but that's kind of the sense that you're getting of this space. It's not overly cluttered, but it's sort of so alien that you're not quite sure what's okay to touch or not.
When we were in the when we were in the dream vision that Vayri put us in, and we saw what we believe to be the heart personified, did we see any of this like room or anything in the background of that vision?
Go ahead and roll a history check.
So the writing is not primordial.
It is not. It's like if you're familiar with cuneiform, like comparing cuneiform to English, or even more cuneiform to like cursive writing. It's not anything that makes any sense other than you can detect that it's a language of some sort. This room was not in that vision, Alara, but the markings that are on this table have a reminiscent design to the sort of sarcophagus that you approached.
I'll like lean forward and kind of rub my hands on them. I mean, I'm not like fondling the markings, but you know, like when you see something that kind of looks familiar and you just kind of like look at and touch it a little bit.
Are you touching the markings on the wall or the touchings on the table that the thing is
On
working at?
the table, the things to me that look reminiscent of the sarcophagus.
The light being pauses what they are doing and sort of like reaches out and like what you perceive as kind of like a hand. It's hard to tell like their exact silhouette because they're glowing. But it sort of hovers above where you're touching the desk, Alara. And then like it's giving you quite a lot of time, but it's lowering its hand down to like take hold of yours.
I slowly start to pull my hand away.
Are you trying to keep it from capturing your hand?
I'm not like actively trying to stop it from doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not trying to jerk it away so that it can't. If it touches me, I'm allowing it to touch me.
Okay. Then I think like it sort of has to turn a little bit, but it does like close its hand around your fingers. And then each of you hears like not as a language, not as like a thought in your head. You just hear, or you're just aware of the thoughts or the voice of this entity. And it's like, oh, interesting. Oh, yes. Not as clean as I would have made it. But useful. Useful indeed. And then it's like squeezing your hand, Alara, and you realize that it's kind of squeezing in time to your pulse.
Hmm.
What's useful?
An interesting casing. Looks sympathetic. So fragile.
She looks down at herself. I don't think I'm that fragile.
Oh, but you are. You're only one thing off balance, you see. Where did you come from?
I don't really know how to answer that.
Another time, I think.
Must have been. Things are out of balance, not like now. I'm keeping things well in balance, you see.
Are you Valkyrion?
Yes. It lets go of Alara's hand, and then you get the sense that it's turned around, but it's mostly just that it's sort of straightened up, and you don't. It's one of those optical illusions where it could have turned away from you, or it could have done, 180 and is now facing each of you. But it stopped doing whatever it was doing at its desk. Why have you come?
Alara kind of looks to Very for like, you
I-
take this, boss.
I opened a box and now we're here.
A box?
Mm-hmm.
What sort of box?
A small-ish box that was wrapped in a golden chain that was it was very thin and very long.
Can I see it?
I don't have the box. Do you possess an ability to see what I've seen?
Yes. And this like glowing hand comes out and just like covers your face, like face palms you very. Are you thinking about the box? Or what are you thinking about as this happens to you?
I'm thinking about the box as it was being unraveled,
Mm-hmm.
and then remembering reaching over to open it.
But just the box.
I would say like the whole memory of it. So, like, what I would be seeing through my eyes as that was happening. So, me trying to assist, Egrin being the one to try to open it.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'll have to put that on my to-do list. Were you sent by the Starkeeper?
The Star Keeper?
I'll take that as a no.
Who is that?
You've met them.
Alara looks to Vary. The twin gods?
No. Egrin?
Why did you open the box?
Because because he told me to try to open the box.
What did you think would be inside of it?
Knowledge?
Yes, but about what? Clearly, this box contained this moment. So I'll need to know what to put inside the moment for you to receive it when you open it in the future or in your past.
Okay. We received a prophecy about the heart.
What is a prophecy?
Like a telling of what's to come,
I see.
potentially. And the heart is, to my understanding, how the world has magic and stuff, and it's potentially in danger. So I said the prophecy that we received out loud, and then Egrin retrieved the box.
The heart is in danger. The heart of magic is in danger. What threatens it?
Um, uh, Evidently a devil, but also maybe more than that.
What is a devil?
A dev. Actually, could you just see through me again?
Okay. He face palms Very once more. And what are you thinking of in order to teach him what a devil is?
I'm thinking of not only just like Caster, but also like the Nine Hells.
Okay. What a terrible place you've come from.
Well, is this not something you will make? Do you do that?
I make things that are in balance.
Oh. Are you coming to an understanding of what to put in the box?
No.
Okay.
Doesn't balance. require good and a bad.
Yes, but such things should be found within the whole, not within two separate pieces. I should take this into account. That's good information to have, that there are going to be forces that want to tip the balance.
I think the world as we know it is constantly full of forces that don't take balance into account.
What is this world that you come from?
It's like teaching a baby. That was out of character. I didn't say that in character. We come from Andromea, which is it exists, man. I don't know.
In the world of Kreia?
In the world of Kreia, on the continent of Andromea?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is surrounded by a force that is not quite understood, called the Haze.
I don't fully understand what you mean, but this world that you live in is teetering.
Yes.
I see. I'll help you. Let's use this prophecy. That's something that tells a future thing according to you, and we'll build it. I'll plant a heart in Andromea, and the heart will keep things in balance. And then you'll never suffer. You won't have devils and a haze and whatever else. It'll just be good and balanced, and within everyone they will be good and evil at once and walk a neutral path. Would this make you happy?
I don't necessarily want you to change everything.
Well, I must have, because you have a prophecy about it.
I don't think I'm doing a good job of making you understand things.
I think you're doing an excellent job of setting things in motion.
You scare me a little bit.
Do I?
Yes, 'cause you're you're very, very old.
What does it mean to be old?
Well, as I've said, we came from another time, so you predate that time by quite a lot, I would say. You are in my past.
I see.
And you have the ability to influence the makeup of the world that I live in the future to where we are right now.
But if this moment was trapped inside a box, then it's already happened for you. Everything
Oh,
you've told me has already helped things come into place.
but it feels like I'm making it not good.
It isn't that you want to make things good, you want to make things balanced.
You want to make things balanced.
Everything is content when it is balanced.
Does anyone else want to talk?
I'll give it a shot. But please, please interrupt at any moment
Okay.
for the rest of you three, especially you, Valerius.
I'm trying to figure
Why do
out
they
what I
never
would even
pick on
say.
me for things?
And that's not to say you neither, Laura.
Heart hands.
You might.
I thought
Have
Alara
an
was one of the
interesting-
three and I was just here because I've been talking.
Oh no, yes, that is the three. That's what I
Okay.
meant. Yeah.
So you are being picked on.
Yeah. And you might have a bit of a more grasp on balance, if you know what I mean.
Are we balanced? I don't think so.
Hilarious is just shaking his head.
Well,
Well,
I mean, remember
might
on
be.
the scales, us combined balanced out Dakin and the parents searched. I don't really know what that means, but I
Well,
mean,
I just meant.
I don't mean as a unit. I mean inside of each of us.
I think we are carrying a sort of balance or an understanding of such.
Valkyrian.
Yes, sorry. I'll carry on.
Yes.
Just a few questions and then we'll get back to balance, but what came before you?
Chaos.
What?
Interesting answer. Interesting.
Chaos has always been.
Was that
It
the
is a
full?
necessity.
That was the full sentence. Chaos has always been. All right, go on. Sorry.
It is a necessity. Things can only come from chaos. They cannot come from order because order is too strict. It has already been defined. That is why balance is the way to go. Within balance, there is creativity.
Sure. Well, then back to balance. I think it's the same concept that if chaos exists, then there must be order to balance it. But if you were to take away all evil and make things neutral, I don't know if that's necessarily balance.
Listen to the way that you suffer. In
I
such
don't-
a world as the one that you live in.
I don't know if it's suffering.
I hear your suffering. I
have a-
see in you the devil that was taught to me.
Barry does a shy little wave.
What was Valerius saying?
More of like a, I mean, it's a Valerius question, but it's a shadow to DM question.
Mhm.
Does, how do I word this? What's the kind of widely known and accepted idea of like creation of this world? Like, is there a, I'd say like with Valerius as kind of a theological person, would he have any knowledge about like, does the idea of this Valkyrian and what they're saying that they do and are fit in with like the creation story of Andromeda?
there is a lot of like, sort of guessed upon reasons for things to have suddenly begun. Most of it is laid at the feet of the gods, and very specifically the 12 who came together in order to forge a place and to create entities in order to like just sort of give them more interesting things to interact with. And then eventually, like, as their creations sort of like went forth and populated, they withdrew from the world because they were no longer necessary. And there was just too many to interact with.
Okay.
But like, there's people that are just like, well, who made the gods? And,
Yeah. That's where Valerius's
very
mind is
philosophical. Yeah.
Primordial beings.
Yeah, or this motherfucker.
What else troubles you?
I mean, in general, or what do you mean? Like why we're here?
Why are you here?
Well, it's like my sister said, we were transported here or something. I don't even know if this is a dream. I don't even know if this is real.
I'm very real. I'm the most real thing that's ever existed.
Well, at this point, I believe you might be the only thing that's existed. Is there anything else here besides you? In this
Not
realm?
here.
In this realm?
No. This is my realm.
And what realm would you call this?
Mine.
It's just called Valkyrian's realm.
It doesn't need a name. It's just mine. It is known.
Well, it's known by you, but is it known by others?
Yes.
Okay, where
And-
are they?
Wherever it is that they've chosen to declare as theirs.
Do you know of any of the other realms?
I know of the others who would have created the realms.
What
Does
are
the
their
name-
names?
Does the name Imperial mean anything to you?
Imperial. No, it's nice. I should write it down.
That you should.
Oh, I think I have a feeling as to what we're doing here.
Valerius
But it's
just kinda squints his
so
eyes.
Alara look-
dangerous.
Alara looks at Vosti and nods her head.
Oh. Have you heard of pandemonium?
No. What is
Valerius.
pandemonium?
We'll get to that. Valerius, name another god.
I don't know our pantheon.
What about
You-
Limoneth?
Lemoneth.
Know them?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you know who that is?
You're not very godly.
No, that-
I know
You're just
one.
a guy. You're just a
I'm
guy.
just
They're
being
wonderful
shed as a
names.
guy.
Artan.
have a-
Rylir.
Feeling what we're supposed to be. Oh my god, that was so bright.
Wong.
Idwa.
There it is.
Let me pose. Oh man, let me pose a hypothetical. I almost calls you Valerian. Valkyrian. If we, well, are you able to send us back to where we came from? Don't do it, but just asking.
I'm assuming you'll go back when the moment is over.
Right. Okay. But if we,
I feel like we're agonizing too much.
It's because you suffer. You're out of balance.
What would the meaning of anything be if everything was balanced and simple at all times.
Contentment.
But what would anyone do? Just
Whatever they liked, but they wouldn't suffer.
But would they know that? If there is no suffering to use as contrast?
Do you need to suffer in order to know that you're not suffering?
I believe
Oh,
so.
where do you come from that such things are true for you?
I told you where we came from.
I was being rhetorical.
Oh, so you know what rhetorical is.
Rhetoric is the heart of balance.
Ugh.
I shall
You shall
endeavor
what?
to help you. Your prophecy spoke of a heart, so I shall create the heart, and it shall keep you in balance.
But it is magic.
What is magic?
I think right here, this is the moment where magic is created, guys. We are writing history right now as we speak.
He said the first flame.
I'm way too dumb to be the person that makes magic with my thoughts.
You're not dumb.
Egrin said, fate and death, light and dark, the first flame. And I'm wondering if this is what he meant. And I also wonder if it's not a coincidence that part of this balance that Valkyrian is talking about is chaos.
Chaos is just chaos.
Yes, but chaos is pandemonium.
No. Chaos, I mean, it is, but it's also like a force that probably existed before as just it.
Right, sure, but in our understanding of chaos, it comes from pandemonium, which is what Father is trying to keep in check.
The
Positive.
children of
Pathetic.
chaos.
Oh,
Yes.
we're talking on out. Yep, that's yep.
I do a point between the three of us.
Alara's chaos adjacent.
All of us have some relation to it, but the three of us were born-ish from it.
That sounds so cool.
You know, like halvesies. You don't know what that is. I don't know why I said you know.
And what is the other half of you?
To be honest, probably order.
Well, whatever
about it.
created life.
Love?
Love.
Love.
Explain this to me.
Oh,
Oh.
shit.
I don't know if it's that philosophical. I think the
Grab
other
my
half of us
face.
is just our mom.
Grab my face.
Valkyrian grabs onto Vosti's face. What is Vosti thinking of in order to express this idea?
Mother. It's all the times that he watched her cook in the kitchen, the dinners that we shared with her and our brothers and sisters, and Cassian, right? Did I say that right? Or Caspian? Cassian. I always say it wrong.
Who?
Kaylin?
Kalen.
Caitlin?
See, I always say it
Caspian
wrong.
Sea?
I can't remember his name for some reason. I always want to say Cassian.
It's because
Uh,
you're actively suppressing this idea of your stepfather.
Probably.
Okay, go ahead.
You just don't accept
Kalen.
him. He hasn't
And then,
talked
like-
enough for you.
Moments, probably happy, loving moments
Mhm.
with us as kids, the four of us, and then times that I've spent with the half siblings. Yeah, I think just that kind of stuff.
Okay.
You forgot mom's spaghetti.
Yeah, the dinners. That's what I mentioned. The dinners, spaghetti dinners, everybody laughing. And specifically, I think the last thing that he lingers on is the way that mother looks at him.
Okay. Vosti, can I have you roll a history check? You are not at disadvantage for this. In fact, I'm going to give you advantage for this.
Do I still have the D4?
Sure.
What was the other D4 for?
Bless
Bless.
and
The
emboldening
blessing.
bond.
2D4 and I'm +5.
Mm-hmm.
Advantage? I'm about to fucking 50 burger this sucker.
50 burger.
Okay, I'm messaging you.
Yeah, where does that's the dinner you're invited to.
You're actually in this moment with us because this is what we consider to be weirdness.
Yeah, this realm is weirdness.
You're here. Feel free to insert some ideas on
Weirdness
What's
is
going on?
Valkyrian.
You're not there,
No, Zach,
Zach.
you're not even.
No,
You don't even register.
don't even exist.
We might even tell Valkyrian not to create you.
Oh my god.
D colon?
I have an idea I want to like show to Valkyrian, but like later. Latersies.
Wait. Remind me what. Hold on.
Mhm. Take off your headphones.
Oh,
Who?
am I muting?
What?
I don't know.
Is she yelling at him
I
in
don't
real
know.
life?
She
Did she
comes
just
back just
Did
sniffling.
she just walk over there in real life to explain something?
I think so.
She's hacking. She's hacking.
Man, I hate
You think
people
we can
who
get
live together.
Valkyrian to create like a hot dog on a stick in this universe, or like Cinnabon?
Oh, yes,
No,
please.
We're not creating franchise.
A spaghetti cart.
What about French fries?
I don't think that. Do you think French fries come from balance?
Yeah.
No,
Good.
French fries are the epitome of chaos.
They
French fries
they
are
a little
so
bit.
good.
I feel like they're a little divisive because of what they're called in different places. So I do think they come from chaos.
French fries are the epitome of all that could be in this world. Salty but firm.
Salty but firm.
Fluffy yet
Fluffy
I don't know where else I could go.
pancakes.
fluffy pancakes. Can we get pancakes created too? God, we have so much we need to get Valkyrian to make for us.
No, I don't think we should do all that.
Can Valkyrian get rid of mosquitoes?
I don't think we should ask for anything to be changed purposefully.
Ruin the ecosystem?
Nope, I
Get
don't
rid
think
of
so.
Egrin.
No, I've got questions about that.
Can we give Egrin googly eyes?
No.
Can we fix my eyes so I can see in
Guys,
the
guys,
dark?
we can't do any of this. We need to stop touching things.
What are you guys touching?
The
We're gonna get
creation of
Valkyrian
the
to create-
universe.
We're gonna get
holding
Valkyrian to
hands.
create French fries.
I said
That's
French
very
fries come
funny.
from chaos.
What about also chicken nuggies?
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think that
okay.
comes from balance.
Could be. Kinda
No.
barbecue sauce. Chicken.
No.
And I'm gonna get Valkyrian to fix my eyes so I can see in the dark without glasses.
Just wear your damn glasses. We look like twins when we both have our glasses on. Why are you trying to abandon me?
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Can Valkyrian make me blue?
I mean, soft.
Are you asking him
No,
to make
no,
you
no.
blue?
I'm blue.
Okay.
Back into the moment.
Back into the moment. As Valkyrian assesses this information, this input of what is the balance of chaos, and that being love, the lines on the wall begin to etch in more and more and more data, more charts and schematics, and the whole place kind of seems to glow this very soft blue.
Hmm.
And
Pretty.
he says, interesting. I can do something with this. Yes. Andromea. And you get the sense that like maybe they've turned around or maybe they're still facing you, you're not sure. Until like the thing that they're working on, they kind of set it aside. And you recognize that as maybe just like the rough outline, like the first pieces of the box that you opened before, but he's like discarded it. And now he's reaching for other stuff and is starting to like tinker things together. Do you have anything else you would like to say?
I want to show something, but I kind of want to type it to you.
Okay.
Give me a second. I have to cook.
Okay. Are you like saying something out loud, just like there's something else I want to show to you, and like
Yes.
the context of what it is? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
While she's doing
Weirdness, you
this,
truly do have an emoji for everything.
Alara's just like walking around the room, just looking at things.
Sure. Can you give me an intelligence saving throw? Okay. You have a sense of the way the world will be ultimately constructed. So go ahead and just jot down that you have a role that you can make in the future where you guarantee that the result of the dice is a 15. And you can use that once.
Okay. Now, would that factor into like any pluses that I may have to the roll, or is it just straight up a 15?
The dice roll is the result on the die is a 15. Anything else that would have modified that is added on.
Okay, so the D20 is a 15.
Yes.
Thank you for clarification.
Mm-hmm. What is it that Very says to get Valkyrian's attention in order to like get him to suck up this information?
Can I show you something else?
What is it?
An idea.
an
Um,
idea.
An understanding.
Ah. And he just reaches out and palms Barry's face for the third time.
My
Why's
brain.
everybody touching her face today?
Ah. Hmm. I see. I see. That's good to know. We'll want to make sure that it doesn't know what it's missing.
Alara looks quizzically at her sister.
She looks a little confused.
Anything else?
Can I ask, when I showed you the first thing I showed you about the box, was the Star Keeper there?
Yes.
And that was the figure in the cloak.
Is that what it's called? Yes.
Thank you.
Hmm.
How do you know him?
I don't know him.
Does he exist right now?
I don't know if that one does. There's many of them.
Hmm.
Many at one time, or like in a line of succession?
Many, many, many.
Are they to be trusted?
They're not one thing or another. They're things of chaos, you see. So they can be good or bad, or sometimes ride the line of neutrality. There's very little balance, although this one's wearing clothes, so perhaps it's been tamed.
All right.
I suppose who amongst us doesn't ride the line? Well, he sent us here to you. So it must be
I
some sort of purpose of good?
Why don't you tell that Star Keeper, should it ask, that you were told a secret? And speaking it out loud would cause terrible things to happen. But it's also been guarded in your mind so that it can't be read.
Okay.
As soon as Very says, okay, you guys are back in the library.
Oh.
Is my hand still on it?
You have a vague perception that the oops, I brought you to the wrong spot. I'm
What is
sorry.
this?
Hold on.
The second floor.
That's just upstairs.
Oh,
No, that's the battle map. Sorry.
Can't
why
see
did you
battle
see it
map.
It's
Yeah, the lights are
that-
off.
That's just something that's there. That's not anything that you need to worry about. Don't worry about
Okay.
that. Hold on. There you go.
Tree.
Tree. What you perceive, Very, is that you pushed your finger against the lid and you felt like it opened like a teeny fraction and then it like flopped forward again in the same way that it sort of like just sort of wobbled when Egrin poked at it.
Hmm.
No luck.
Well,
Vocio
are-
nodded her.
You are interesting.
Okay.
Star Keeper?
You can roll an insight check at disadvantage if you'd like.
Can I as well?
Yeah, anybody can.
Yeah, same.
Oh, that's good for disadvantage!
Oh!
Sorry. Ooh, 2 19s.
Do we still get the T?
Oh,
the 2d4?
sorry. Let me.
Yep, yep, yep.
Mine's a 23.
Okay. Egrin is not happy that you've said this word, but he's also not going to react to you saying this word.
Hmm. Light work, no reaction.
Yeah.
It did work, I think.
What happened? What was in it?
A secret.
Swims. I don't want that guy to fall to his death.
Should I
Joe.
should I mute him?
Yeah, go ahead and just turn his volume down.
Don't tell him as a secret.
What? This is what we were told to say.
No, it's like a little tiny, like small secret. Like just like a little bit.
Are you okay?
No.
Have you been here
Okay.
the whole time?
So a secret got said. What was the secret?
Speaking it aloud would cause terrible things to happen.
Then I'll read your mind.
It's guarded in our minds.
It's been locked away?
Is it a threat?
I don't think so.
Have you been compromised?
No.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Sure.
Okay. You've completed the task. Are you interested in another mission?
I'll look at everyone else.
Valerius seems as a very contemplative look on his face.
And I guess I will ask out of character, is it your intention to not clue him in that you guys are already on a quest?
I think Vosi at this point would want to clue him in on
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
feeling obligated at the very least, because I mean it's a self-giving quest, to be honest.
I'll
Yeah.
I'll say that I feel like our quest is now the prophecy.
And what is your next step?
We're sort of on a break right now. And then we'll know. It's complicated to explain. Does someone else want to explain it? Because I've done so much talking. I feel like it's somebody else's turn. Valerius, you talk about it.
we have a couple of things we're on, aren't we?
Well, I would
Well-
just focus specifically on the prophecy, probably, and like maybe like the oracle and
Oracle.
how we're not going to be set on that path until after, probably.
Yep.
Like we don't really
Till
know
after.
right now.
Our reprieve here in Demeti.
Yeah.
Like she granted us a few
That's right.
days here, and then we're to head back out to her. I don't really know how we're gonna get there, but she's supposed to send us on our next
To-
little path.
Well, I think to be completely honest, I think, like Barry said, we don't quite know where our next few steps might be. So I don't think it's necessarily... I don't think it's quite a good idea to take on another task until at least we know what, honestly, the next few days are going to look like. We, like she said, we've been granted a little bit of a reprieve. We will be brought back in a manner that we really don't know how. So I think trying to accept something now probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Do you believe that this, it sounded from the prophecy that this has more than just regional impacts, but do you believe that failure would be a threat to Demeti?
Furious nodding.
I think
I mean-
failure would be a threat to everyone.
That was, yeah. I think it's further than just a Medi.
And do you think there is threat to the order of things?
I think it's possible.
I think it's likely.
I think with what we know, and I guess more importantly, what we don't know, anything's possible at the moment. But yeah,
And
so
this-
she said.
This fiend attack is related.
We think.
Yeah.
We have reason to believe. And this is honest, we don't know 100% sure, but we have a very good reason to believe that attack had something to do with. You mentioned, this is out of character.
did tell him-
You
I
mentioned
did tell him-
Castor, right?
Yes, I did tell him earlier that when we were receiving the prophecy, we had reason to believe that Castor was also
Castor.
going
Yeah.
after the prophecy.
Used his name. Right. Okay.
Yep, I did.
That attack was from Castor, who's also after the prophecy, or the. I can only assume the heart.
I can only assume it would to slow and or stop us.
And at this point, we feel more than connected. If you want to call it by fate or by duty, to try and stop him.
Kind of at a point where we
Then-
can't really walk away.
Then the Black Moon will support this.
Ooh.
Vosti lets out a very big sigh that he didn't know he was holding in this whole
Yeah.
time.
In what
Um,
sense?
It seems that there might have been opportunities that you could have used some help. He steps out from behind his podium and like hover floats over across, sort of, does that very creepy movement that he does across the floor into this little like office space where there's just like walls of these little drawers, and he runs his gloved hands across them before pulling out a long, it's like sort of like a long like Dewey Decimal drawer where it's very like narrow at the front but then like long skinny, and sorts through it and then produces 5 rings.
Oh, fuck
Which-
yeah.
Mm?
He brings back and like holds them out, and like as he like lifts them out he does like a little bit of magical flare, and they like float into the air and kind of spin around and like hover in front of each of you. And he says, take these and know that you will be able to send word, but also if your intentions are focused, you can summon someone to assist you from this plane.
Oh.
And if things are dire, then it will send for me.
Whoa. Like a Captain Planet type shit.
It's cool shit.
Can I be Heart?
Well, there's already a heart, so I think.
I mean,
Yeah, you just summon an animal.
Valkyrian did touch me and was like, I mean,
Ooh,
it's a pretty
Valkyrian
crappy.
touched
Weird.
you.
Why'd you say that weird?
It's a pretty crappy vessel, but I mean, I guess it'll do the job. So
You were being inspected for heart integrity.
I was just about to say I want to be the saber-toothed cat, and I realized that's not Captain Planet. That's fucking
That is-
Thundercats.
Thundercats, dude.
They also had a ring, kind of. The
Yeah,
rings
Maybe we're like Power
themselves
Rangers.
are
Go,
very
Power
subtle.
Rangers.
They're just sort of like they look like actually just like tarnished silver rings.
Okay. Fashionable.
Can I ask, I don't know if we're in the graces of such to ask, but a favor.
What is it?
Well, given the scope of this thing, he kind of gestures to like everything they've been talking about, and the fact that we don't know where we're going to get pulled away to, when, how, for how long, is it possible to keep eyes on our family here in Demeti? I don't know to what lengths anything will go to try to get at us, and I'm afraid that it's going to come back negatively on our family.
Alara extremely visibly shudders, thinking about the vision that she saw where they were all labeled traitor and heads were on pikes. Like, she looks nauseous sick.
I'm going to say something, and you're going to potentially perceive it as a threat, but believe me, it isn't. Your younger siblings are demonstrating anomalous celestial behavior.
Tilts his
We've
head.
already been keeping an eye on them.
Well, they're like really cool and gonna be really powerful, I bet.
That's what we believe.
In like a cool way.
Yes, if
Well,
you wish to receive any updates from them, we've placed Victoria as a worker in your mother's shop.
Gasp.
What,
She's a spy.
what
That's
do you
fucking-
mean?
Oh,
She's a plant?
Victoria's a black moon.
Yes.
Damn, alright.
Toasty's eyebrow goes up.
I've never
according to
been
the
more
checklist.
weirdly...
Number 1, sexy. Number 2, helps out in the shop. Number 3,
I
sexy
can tell her
spy.
everything. Yeah, she's
Number
one of the.
4, complete transparency.
I
Does
looked
she
at Vosi
know-
and I
We can
give
date.
him a wink.
We can date within the club. You know what I'm saying? It's not against bylaws.
Niche joke there.
Oh my god.
Does she know that we are?
Yes.
That's crazy. That's wild.
Oh. Okay.
Toasty smiles a little smirk.
Picks up on that because I can.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm not hiding it.
Exactly.
That weirdly relieves and uneases me equally.
It isn't a threat. It's simply to make sure that there's nothing threatening them that in turn may threaten Demeti.
Oh, that's fair.
No, I didn't take it as a threat either, Egrin. I'd
Hey,
like to thank you.
Our mom pulls some crazy dudes. This is nuts. She's hot.
Mama Maldosa.
When do you think that siblings, small ones, when do you think they'd be fully capable? We're talking years, right?
I would assume so. Normally it's something that's sort of fully developed with adulthood, but
And do you have an idea what they're showing?
it's definitely something of an influence of their father, but they seem to be more tightly connected to the celestial plane than he is. It's He looked like he was about to say something and then stopped.
Go on. It's what?
It's never mind.
No, you can tell us.
Why can't you tell us? It's our siblings. We're concerned.
It's nothing to be concerned about, and it's not actually directly about your siblings, so never you mind.
Well, aren't you also closer to the celestial bodies? Narrows eyesight.
Raises eyebrows.
Oh, face. But not that kind.
What are you inferring?
Hmm. What do you mean?
That's exactly what I'm asking you.
Well, she called you something when we returned.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, you ignored it, but like, come on. I won't say it again, but like, come on.
It's a word that you should definitely not say again.
We won't say it. We just need to know. Well, we want you to know that we know. But it's a secret that we'll keep.
Mm-hmm.
Since we're
What's
all
the
very
cost?
good at keeping secrets. What's the cost? Egrin, we're working together. Are we not?
Yes.
Sometimes secrets between people that are working together is all about trust.
I see.
You should know that. So that we know that
Any
you're meaning goodwill, we'll keep that secret.
Anybody can roll an insight check.
I'm
You're
still
back
at
at disadvantage. Yeah.
All of us are at disadvantage?
No, just Vosti.
Damn, I
still
thought it
have
was
the-
me.
Fuck.
We still have all the shit, right?
It's okay. It's still a 13 anyway.
2d4
The
plus
bless
5?
might be up. I don't
Probably.
remember. Oh, bless is for an hour. So yeah, no, you've
Oh.
still got him.
Flag.
Okay.
I didn't unpress the button. We're 10 minutes on the
Other thing.
Emboldening
Yeah.
pod.
I was trying to say my sweet not fast bless in
Hey, you know what? We got there.
Gotcha. Dakin and Very and Vosti are aware that what Egrin is about to say, he's pulling off as a trade because you guys have revealed that you have information and have also promised to keep it to yourselves. So he's pulling this off as a trade, but he probably would have been easily convinced to tell you anyway because it's in his best interest that you know.
Got it.
Then, in fairness, your mother is what is known as fate woven.
Oh. And that means
something that can't be spoken about.
No matter what we do, she'll be in the crossfire.
Not that.
like
Don't worry about that.
is
It's
that
just a matter of her lineage.
is that why they're so powerful and we're also interesting outside of our dad?
Yes.
She's so
Her lineage.
God,
Yes.
that's our mom.
He'll look over at Very and just say Very.
Very.
That's my name.
No,
It
but
has meaning to everybody but Egren, who's just like, okay.
you're named. Do you think there's in her lineage of Boasty and of Valerius as well? She doesn't. Has she ever told us that?
Told us what?
Nothing. Never mind.
Are you asking if your two names are also ancestors?
Yeah, is she? This is, I guess. I don't think we've ever. I mean, I haven't been talked about that in my backstory.
Mom isn't the one who told me about her.
Yeah. Who?
And
So
then when it was brought up, like Verona hadn't told her that it was like, I named you for a family name because she never met her like great aunt, nor would like current Very potentially care too much that it was her great aunt's middle name. So it wasn't like, hey, everybody, like, here's where your names have come from. Here's why I picked them. But potentially because she picked Very from a family name, that she might have done the same for Valerius and Vosti.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not something that was said, though. And I learned about,
Mhm.
like, my Very that I am talking about from Grimheart growing up.
Right.
But she was talking about a different family member whose middle name it was.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Well,
not
I'll
the
still
same
say
person.
out loud whether. Oh, they're not.
No, they're not the same person.
Oh.
But the person that Very was named for was in turn named for either the original Very or another person, because it's a family name, so it's been handed down.
Yeah.
My brain just broke.
So my Very is a person, an ancestor that was first name Very, who also had a connection to Grimheart, which is how I found out about her. Mom took the name from our great aunt whose middle name it was, who may have gotten it from a different
From that
ancestor
person.
also
Oh.
named.
Yeah, it's kind of like if, like every generation or couple generations, somebody in your family is named John because their grandpa was named John.
Grandpa.
Yeah.
Yep.
And et cetera, et cetera. So
There's 3 Varies in some form.
that you know of. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that we know of.
Well, I'll still say it out loud. Oh, maybe we're named after great grand uncle.
Maybe you could probably ask.
Yeah, I never really asked.
Yeah.
Or maybe she just liked the V's, because of her name, and went with the triplets and all that.
Egren like really subtly just like reveals the sky and the doorway again.
Oh, well, it's been so nice. We've got some catching up to do before we head out.
You can't miss dinner.
Keep in touch.
We have kind of probably.
So these rings, just to confirm, we can keep in touch with these rings, or still with the sending?
No, still my job. And he sort of
Okay.
like bats one of the rings and turns to walk away.
Is he taking his ring, or is he like poofing it
He
aside?
sort of like slaps it and hopes that it like bongo bingos like a little up and down and then takes it.
knowing that regardless, he's gonna be the one. Either any way this goes down, that he's gonna be the one that has to ring about it.
He when he does it, like just sort of like spins in the air, and then he can catch it. For the record, like these do have sending in them, like it's a limited use. And so like I've been going back and forth about whether or not it's like once every 3 days or once every week that a ring
You
can be
just
used, because you
think
guys have
about
so
it.
many of them.
Yeah.
But I do know that when you want to use this ring, in order to activate the sending, you have to like hold your hand against your face like an old school telephone.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. The ring hand, of course.
Bring, bring.
Yeah, Valerius will take
Um,
his floating ring and
Thank you for coming by.
Thank you for having us. And we'll try and be better at checking in with you.
Be seeing you.
Wish us luck.
Good luck.
Thumbs
The
up.
fate of the universe is in our hands, I suppose. You sure you don't have any like crazy magic books or weapons, or it's just maybe like make me a giant or something? Maybe.
You can
Extra-
summon a whole person.
Oh, that's.
That's
What
true.
is it? Oh, real quick. Does it have to be someone we know, or anyone?
I'm
Well,
gonna
if you don't
guess.
know them, how are you going to possibly summon?
I thought maybe I could just be like, oh, I
What?
remember hearing about that giant dragon somewhere after the. Wait, dragons? Do they exist? They
No,
probably don't.
I think
Awful.
it would be summoning another black moon.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to start meeting
It's not-
people.
If you wanted to summon your younger brother, you could. I don't know what good he would do in a
Oh.
fight.
Probably not
But,
do that.
that's-
Mother
Ooh,
would kill
let's
me.
summon Kaylin.
it's good
I
that it's
haven't
not just
seen
Black
Kaylin
Moon
fight.
because Vosti would only summon.
He has to
Okay,
be
calm
badass.
down. All right.
All right, all
Maybe,
right.
but
Let's
calm down.
go. Let's go home.
Let's go. Forget it.
Yes, let's see if the shop's still open. Bye, Egren.
Okay.
As we're walking out,
Goodbye.
you think he floats when he lays in bed?
Probably.
Do you think he sleeps? I don't think he sleeps.
Oh, you're right.
Does he have a bed?
How am I supposed to know that?
Has he ever changed his sheets as we're just walking out?
I feel like these are weird questions to ask.
Just asking for my own personal curiosity.
Right. Maybe you should have asked that while we were there.
I don't think he would have answered.
Maybe. You don't know. All right. I must
Alara?
confess something. Nope, you first.
Nope, go ahead with your confession.
No, your turn.
Just gonna say that Alara kind of walks behind the group, twisting the ring around in her hand, just thinking about some things.
Okay. And my confession is such. I'm going to cast the spell again before bed. If it
Reach out to Father.
incapacitates me again, I can just sleep it off. Just put me in my bed. No, I'll do it. I'll do the spell in bed.
But you might
got
miss
it.
dinner.
I said before bed.
Oh, after. Okay.
Also, it's like late now.
What time is it?
It is 7:30. So it's like dinner time.
Dude, we need to.
It's
Like-
in the
Post
middle
it.
of dinner time.
Like, we need to be picking up the pace because they're probably all
Run.
sitting there. I don't want to run.
I run.
I don't run.
I
I pick her
summon
up.
my
I run.
horse for Very
I-
to use.
Ooh.
I was gonna say a brisk walk, dude.
Hour walking.
She's power walking. She's got the full like arm swing going on, like those ladies that you see doing like group walks together.
Pilates ladies at the park.
The
Yeah.
headband and the arm wrist arm.
We meet once a
wristband.
week and we go on walks.
So you guys make your way through the city to it's dark. Let me make it a little bit darker. you guys make your way through the city towards your home. The Verdant Vial and as the shop and everything. The shop would be closed by this time or closing if they were staying open for a special customer or something like that. But you make your way there. Those of you who noticed sort of the reception you guys had kind of noticed the same thing on the way back, especially now that you're moving at like a faster pace. A lot of people are like looking in the direction that you're heading, just make sure there's not like a fight happening in that direction that they need to run away from.
Oh God.
But you make it home to the Verdant Vial, and your family is there.
We all barge through the door screaming, "Is it dinner time? Did we miss it?"
It is, and you're missing it.
Don't touch my garlic bread!
Is it spaghetti?
Yes.
Yeah!
Where I like go to sit in my chair so fast that I almost fall out of it.
As I'm walking past, like, towards my chair, I'm, like, hugging each of the kids. I flick one of them in the forehead, and they're just, like, just fucking with each of them. Just random. Just every one of them gets an ear pull, someone gets a boop on the nose, someone gets a flick.
Are you sure it's not the one who made Honey Balirdius?
I absolutely wet willy the one that fucking honey
The
bombed me.
tiniest one?
Yes.
Rissa?
Yes.
Okay.
Rissa gets wet willied.
I give Mother a very long hug.
She hugs back. This doesn't make up for you being late for dinner, but I'm glad that you're here. Are you going to join us this time, Dakin?
I would be happy to.
Good.
And he gives her like a long look in that brief moment.
Rissa is in the like she's completely like set aside the idea of dinner, is now trying to like lick all of her fingers and shove all of them into Valerius's ear throughout the rest of the meal. Do you guys talk with the family about anything?
I cast Sanctuary on Valerius so fingers don't go in his ears no matter how hard she tries.
She just has to make a will save against that, right?
She has to make a will save or she cannot attack him until the end of her turn.
Okay.
What if she's the
has,
He's like
she has a lot of will. Like,
Well, he is.
She's the strongest one in the household.
she doesn't make it though.
Oh.
No.
We're all trying to hold so hard, and she pulls a finger back and tries to jam it into your ear as hard as possible, and just goes, just get off to the
a honey
side.
booger.
Full like parried finger, just not go into your ear the way she wanted it to.
Have
Isn't
we?
it working? And then she like sticks her finger in Eldrin's ear, and he's like, "Hey, I'm not a part of this."
That was like way too hard. The way you put your finger in his ear, that was like way too hard.
You trying to
Well, I thought
scoop
my
out his
finger was
brain?
broken. I thought my finger was broken, and I
No,
wasn't
he's
able
just
to poke
he just has magic on him.
I have a thick skull.
Why do you have magic on you against me, Valerius?
Okay, don't do that. That's not. That's so unfair. That's
It's
not.
so
Her
She
bottom
makes
lip
a good
comes out,
point.
and her
She makes a
eyes
good
widen.
point.
They're a
Well, see,
little
that's-
bit like glossy.
I
Well,
also
kicks-
start making
Kicks
that
her
face.
chair.
I removed the sanctuary and give her guidance to hit him in the face.
She's just Puss in Boots in him
Try
over
now.
here.
Try now.
And then she like gets like the most slobberiest finger and sticks it into his ear.
Oh.
Okay, no more.
Oh.
Out of character question, because I can't remember what
Yes.
we said specifically last game.
Mhm.
Have we told everyone? I know for sure we've told Mom and Kaylin.
Mhm.
Do the kids know that we're gonna be bamfing? Not like
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
means, but
They
okay.
know we're leaving, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, that was all I was.
We didn't tell them in what way or when. We just said that we're probably
I don't
going to
think
be
we
here
know.
for a day.
We said we were heading
Said
out again.
2 days.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
But they definitely know we're leaving very soon.
Yeah. So you weren't very hungry? Was the Baron's food not good?
Terrible.
Really?
Yeah, they weirdly had everything that we all dislike, and we were only served that.
Boasty
Just
doesn't
tiny
like any
portions,
food.
like rich people.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was like weird fancy food. Like at one point I really thought they were serving us cat food that just looked gourmet.
Mm-hmm.
That's disgusting.
It was
You
awful.
you could just give us a turkey leg at any point.
And there were so many courses, it took so long.
You work for the
Well-
richest guy. Just here.
Why do they eat so early in the day?
They're so weird.
Snobs,
Well-
all of them.
I like
Rich people-
Chloe.
Rich people have to eat early.
You know
because
Chloe.
They don't have things. They
Yes.
don't have thoughts.
Like personally? Like
Well,
as-
she's come by a few times.
why?
What for?
Sorry, Cleo, not Chloe.
Yeah, you
Um,
did to me.
Yeah, I did a you. I was helping out in the shop, and she came by for some things, and she wondered if you'd come back.
Oh.
She asked specifically about us?
Yes.
Like all of us or just one of us?
Like
No, all
one-
of you.
Oh.
Sort of blue. Maybe in love with her a little bit. No?
She didn't ask me about any of that, but she did ask me if you guys had come back too.
So fair and so devastating for one particular member of our group, but so fair.
Who's devastated?
Both is just
Lemoneth,
scooping
a
noodles.
missing of the path. That's who's just trying so hard to rein it back.
Okay.
God was the one that was sad.
Well-
It was. Yep.
Have I told you all today that I love you?
I forgot if you did, so you better say it again.
I love you.
I love you too.
How much?
Yeah. Like, all the way around Demeti
Mhm.
and as far away as you've gone
Mhm.
and a million miles after that.
That's a lot. I triple
Yeah, I
that
know.
for you.
What? That doesn't even does that exist?
I just made it exist.
Oh. Well, then I triple it.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's the most that it can be. Nobody can make it any more than that.
You all heard
Shoot.
the rules.
She's got you there. That's tripling it.
Well,
That's a
can
pretty
I-
far distance.
Can I do
Mhm.
like the same amount?
-1, yes.
Fine. I reach over and shake her hand like we just made a business deal.
And her hands are like still kind of slobbery
Yeah.
from her
terrible.
attempts.
I
to
wipe
get it
them on
hilarious.
my napkin that's on my lap.
Well, did you see anything else at the Ivory Keep?
Not really.
A lot of bureaucracy.
Well, it's still interesting that you got invited.
It's kind of boring there.
Oh.
I think you will find more interesting things in life.
Yeah. I've got an internship with Booker.
Really?
Oh.
Yes.
That's exciting.
Uh-huh.
Are you excited? Are you ready?
Yes.
When does it
I
start?
don't know. It starts next week. I don't really know why he's calling it an internship because mostly I'm just like putting books back on the shelf. But
That's
he's
what I did.
calling it an internship, so
I used to do that.
We've got big shoes to fill.
But eventually you'll probably graduate to getting to find books for people.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking. Mostly I just want to be in there so I can read the books.
As long as you are making sure that everything is put away, he doesn't care if you sit around and read them.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you shouldn't do that on your very first job, so at least wait a month before you start doing that. You have to show that you're trying hard first.
Yeah, like be a super worker for a little bit and then you can kind of chill out. But
Mm.
if he tries to give you any crap, just bring my name into it.
I appreciate the work ethic you're putting into your younger siblings.
I give him a thumbs up.
He genuinely seems amused by this.
It's a really
So
easy
dinner-
job.
Dinner kind of continues. Did you guys want to see whether or not Very is successful?
I do
Before
want to
bed?
know.
Okay. Then like dishes get cleared and washed and everything. There's like a good amount of playtime with the kids and everything before they have to go to bed, and everybody
tell them
gets
a
like
story.
snuggles and stuff. What is the story about?
A story that Mother and Kaylin might not want me to tell them.
What is it?
About a fight that we had.
Ooh, tell him about the hag.
I'll tell. Yeah, well, we kind of did, didn't we?
Hey, you
Tell
over
him
there
about it better.
parenting. I'm gonna cause a fucking problem for you.
Tell them.
Yeah. Hey, stable household, check this out.
Tell them about the fight
You
at the
ever met me
church
before,
with the brine
motherfucker?
vampires.
Oh yeah, I'll tell them about the. Well, might have probably told, but yeah, I'll tell them about the vampire. No, I'll tell them about the lobster crab.
Oh, yeah, tell 'em about that
underwater
one.
Oh my
chamber.
god.
Yeah.
They're equal parts thrilled, but like Rissa looks like maybe this was a little bit too much for her young
She's
mind.
afraid.
And she's just like, "Can I sleep with you?"
With me or with who? Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the
Of
protector.
course.
Come on.
Of
Well,
course.
one of them.
At a certain point, Leora is kind of like sort of just sat near Alara because she also has like the quiet personality. But I'll bring her back up. How come you haven't said very much?
Just taking it all in.
Like what? Are you okay?
She shakes her head no.
Leora just sort of like throws a arm around her shoulders and hugs onto her side. You don't have to be sad. Is it because of us?
She nods.
Because you're gonna miss us? Or did we do something?
Oh, I'm gonna miss you guys so incredibly much. I'm gonna miss this. And she just motions to just the love and life that's happening at the table right now. Well, not that they're at the table anymore, but
Well, we'll still be here. And you'll come home. That's just what you're gonna have to do, or else I'll just be really pissed off.
Damn, she said the P word.
You know what? She's a sassy tween.
you take care of your brother and sister while we're gone, you hear me?
Yeah, I will. I take care of mom and dad too.
They need
I'm
it.
actually the only sane one in this house. I don't know if you know.
She leans in really quietly. I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Verona's head snaps to you. Her jaw opens 280 degrees.
Oh God! The whole time.
I'm really lucky.
We're lucky too. I like it when you're around because then I don't look so out of place.
What do you mean?
She picks up like Alara's braid and her braid and like sort of compares the colors. I look more like I'm part of the family when you're here.
You just broke Ariana. Holy shit!
How cute.
Oh my God!
Can we get her
Gwen.
some glasses too?
Deserved.
Kind of
Hit her.
broke me.
Deserved.
Yeah, that was tough.
Holy shit!
Make the shovel bigger and hit her again.
She's fucking crying off
Are you
mic 'cause I'm
standing?
almost crying.
Are you standing?
Yes! Holy shit, dog! What a goddamn
He's
line!
walking around the room. But
Bro!
Take a walk, take a walk, take a lap.
if that physically tanks her a little bit, Dakin just is standing nearby and just like holds her up a little, and just kind of like bumps her into her to give her a hug.
Leora's already like hugging onto her.
He just kind of like pushes her into it a little deeper, and then hopes she can. And the no insight check needed.
knew it.
Yeah, no. Hopes she can tank that moment. I cast heroism on her to make her immune to frighten, so that she can deal with this moment.
I'm gonna pull back on this. We can come back to it if you want to, Alara, but I'm gonna pull back so you can sort of recover.
Lord.
Sorry.
Quit.
Thanks for
Oh
confirming
my-
that you're
I'm
green.
teared up. Fuck me, dude.
Does anybody have anything to help me not become incapacitated? I'm so scared. I'm so fucking scared right now.
You want to coke? Maybe I can spike it.
We literally had to call Valerius' ex-girlfriend to do it for you before.
I mean, I can just
I
I
will
can
not
just
be
sleep
doing
it
that
off.
again.
I just want an answer.
I still don't have any spell slots to help you with that. I have the juice to fix
What do you
it.
need?
I do not have the spell
Is
slots.
it a
What
is
spell
it a
slot do you
save that
need?
you have to make?
Or motherfucker.
Yeah, I just need-
We
I
can't
just
get
need-
there.
I just need help on my roll. I don't need to be fixed after because I can just take a
Oh.
long rest.
You should get
You
a
should
plus
still
5 if Valerius is near you.
and you should still have my D4.
Hey,
Oh, 'cause I thought
Valerius
yours-
has to sit next
Sure.
to me.
If I sit next to her, does she still? She has the bonus, but does has bless worn off yet? Because she might still have that.
Bless is more than worn off.
Yeah.
Okay, I will
If
cast
they-
it again.
If we
I'm going
don't
to-
still have them having my emboldening bond, because if the bless is gone, I mean mine's 10 minutes, but if not, I will have put it.
It's
You can
been so
recast it, right?
long.
I would have put it on the twins, or the triplets,
Okay.
the three of them.
Okay. Yeah, it's just it's been so long since all of those, but you guys can re-up those things. Also, this is definitely the in room from Inamar. It felt like it was a bedroom scene, so
Yeah,
I needed to throw something up.
Damn, Bossy's room. Or I mean, Barry's room's fucking huge.
And also, Alara, I unironically did cast heroism on you to tank that social interaction. You are immune to frightened for the next
Wow,
the next
cool.
minute. You're immune to frightened.
Thanks.
I saw you like shy away from it, and I was like, no. And I put my little hand on your back, and you feel slightly emboldened in order to deal with your little sister saying the most heartbreaking thing in the world to you.
All right, man.
What does what happens, Very, when you settle into
I think
Cast your spell, and you've got your family around you. Leora is like the littler ones are not in there. Leora with Alara kind of like in a side chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's sitting on the bed. Like, you know, crisscross applesauce on the bed.
hmm
I never like explained how this works, so I'll have to like, yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Where while you're thinking of that, Valerius and Vosti, where are you?
Blinking the bed, I would assume.
Yeah, or like posted up, leaning in a corner.
Okay. And then Dakin, you're next to Alara still, or did you move after that?
I actually, I think Dakin might quick with one of his last spell slots sneak into their little brother's room and just change a stone part of the wall to be like a nice bookshelf for him.
Okay.
Well, they're dealing with that. He's just gonna like sneak off a little bit and just
Mhm.
change a part of the stone wall to be a nice bookshelf for their little brother.
Yeah.
And he's going to take the book out he got in Enamar, which I'm fairly certain is called The Wanderer's Rest, which
Mhm.
is a book about a follower of Lemoneth, and he'll just slot it into the first spot of the bookshelf.
Okay. So
Um,
he's
yeah,
sort of
I'm
like
fully doing
connecting
a.
with this kid, but also like letting the family be a family.
Yeah, I've moved away to do something sweet for him that I
Okay.
can also not be involved in the actual emotional thing that happens because I don't think he can tank it.
Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. Very.
Okay. She closes her eyes and sort of puts one hand on each of her knees as she's like cross-legged here.
Mhm.
And she's like saying the spell because it is a verbal spell. And as she's doing so, I think that like the shadow is sort of coming off of her and making like a circle around her. And within the
Mhm.
shadow are those like little sparkles that are reminiscent of the stars. And
Okay.
they're making constellations in the shape of like the runes associated with this spell as
Got it.
she's
Okay.
casting it. And we'll see how it goes, man. Okay.
Good luck.
Okay. It's gonna mute me when I type the pluses, so 1 second.
Is this a spellcasting ability modifier thing you're doing? That you're like you have to roll
She has to
something,
do
right?
It's
Just
an
to do a
intelligence
saving
saving throw.
Okay, well take a beautiful D4 for it because
Okay,
you are
and
one
you
of the triplets.
recast bless,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I
Yep.
have
So
your
you have a plus 5
Okay,
Yes.
and 2d4.
And
plus
it's 2d4. Yep.
Yes.
And my axe.
And mine axe.
That was
Right.
a 5
Why-
on the die.
Crazy.
Pretty good.
And it's a DC 15, so I do
Mhm.
succeed in casting it at least.
Okay.
Now we find out.
For those of you, because she's focused on this, but for those of you that are observing this, that shadow that's circling around her with the constellations in it starts to like zing with like little tiny like neon pink and like electric blue sparks and like, you know, lightning yellow kind of thing. Like all of the neons are just sort of like starting to like zip through it like little shooting stars every now and then.
Can I ask with an insight check? Does it feel like she is contacting something bad?
You aren't there, so you don't know.
No, I'm not. Fuck.
Mm-mm.
She varied herself. She's away. We can't do anything about
Well,
it.
I'm thinking of like it, I'm trying to contact our dad specifically. It's not I don't get
Mhm.
something random.
No,
Yep.
I know. That was my question. I'm just not
So-
nearby to get my insight in on it.
Nope. So you feel like you feel a now familiar presence in your head that's just sort of waiting.
Are you alive?
Yes.
Are you captured?
No.
Are you unchanged from the last time we spoke?
The sense you get is he says no, but there's like an asterisk to it because he's limited in what he can say. But it's sort of like no.
How many questions was that? 3?
Yeah.
Has Castor gotten to you?
Never.
Fuck.
Did you know that he was sending people after us?
Hmm.
The final response that you get is another no, and it is furious.
Oh,
That's what I wanted. I wanted to subtly drop that
Yeah.
knowledge.
Daddy is angry.
Dad's angry on that side.
Daddy mad.
Daddy Maddie.
And obviously I can't ask anything else, but like as I sort of disconnect from this, I just want to like send like the vibes of like thank you and then sort of snap out of it.
You just feel anger in response, but you know it's not directed at you. And then the shadows circling around you just dissipate. The little like lights of multicolored lights just kind of like wing off into nothing, like embers from a fire. Alara,
Yes.
you have anything you want to say? It's okay if you don't.
I do, but I can't get it out.
Okay.
You want to type it?
You can type it and then someone will dramatically read it.
I'll
Or
do
you
it.
you can take your time. You can tank it for 30 seconds and
I can do it
take
also.
a deep breath and say what you need to say.
Yeah.
It can
You can
also
do
be
it,
something
Ari.
we come back to next session too.
True.
You can do it, Ari. You got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a break on that.
A full
Oh,
week.
Okay.
We got
Sweet
you.
girl.
We
Okay.
got more shit to do anyway.
I'll say
What I will say is that the conversation from Leo, like I will say that Alara probably got really, that's all well within everything that we know about Alara relationship to the family, and also like her, one of her weak spots. So she probably is quiet in response to that. But when she inevitably goes up onto the roof, Leora is going to go up with her. So if you want to have a conversation with her next time, then we can definitely accommodate that.
Yeah, okay.
Very.
That's me.
Yes. You've received some answers. Nobody else knows what those are.
And I'll share them next week.
Oh, okay. Then I
don't
guess
know,
we will go ahead and
I mean,
And-
we can have the conversation now if people want to, but
it is getting later.
it is. If we want to hold that for next week, I will say at least the last 2 things Dakin does when he's avoiding this family emotional situation as much as he can.
Mhm.
He places a sheath dagger with like a screw off pommel for the oldest daughter. It literally like is just like a knife, like an adventurer's knife. And very clearly there's a little note on it that says the pommel screws off, and it's a torch, which the continual flame spell. And
Oh, okay.
I have marked off the components that I would have needed to cast that for her 2 days ago when I made that.
Yeah.
And then for the youngest sibling, there is just a scroll left with a note that says your mother can help you, and it is a spell scroll I've created of ascending so that they can call one of their siblings once while they're
Oh.
gone.
Okay. That sounds good. That sounds good.
So he left a small gift for each of them about what he thinks they want most.
Okay.
My closing words are
Yes.
he's alive.
Ooh. Fade to black.
Okay.
Roll credits.
We will do exactly that.
Yeah,
Okay.
dude, that's awesome if your eyes open up and you're just like, he's alive.
Yeah. Like as
That's cool.
everything, as all that magic
Dun,
fades
dun.
and she opens her eyes, she says that and then it fades to black.
Yeah.
Wonderful,
Always end on
wonderful.
a line. I don't know.
So we will be back next week for more of this, and then probably the return to the quest in Ithathandra. We'll see. Maybe they'll have like really long, heartfelt conversations.
Guys, I'm gonna freak the fuck out.
Sorry, Lolo. It was me and Leon, her oldest younger
Look at
sister.
your shiny VIP badge.
Yeah, Lolo is a VIP. We appreciate. Okay. So yeah, we will be back next week. And we'll be kicking off with some emotional conversations, which will be very good. Those are my favorite sorts of things. And probably no fight. Probably nobody will die. So that'll be good.
Who's to say?
You say
Yeah,
it every
just
time
Halfway
before you beat
halfway
the
through
fuck
the
out
week,
of us.
she might think of something really cool and then we all die.
No,
Yeah.
she always says no, you're gonna be so chill, and then she beats the fuck out of us with just like a hammer and a shovel and a gun and
Okay, everyone. Say bye.
I love you
Yeah,
all.
wait. I'm gonna say it. We're gonna be back next week. We pinky swear. We pinky promise. We pinky pact. Thanks, Osab, for being an awesome mod. We appreciate you.
Woo.
Good night,
Okay.
chat.